I think we're on, Rob.
Well, isn't that exciting?
Isn't that exciting? I just want to make sure people out there are hearing us. Can you guys hear us okay? Can I get a thumbs up from the community, making sure that the audio is up and running? We were having some technical difficulties last time. Let's see. I'm just waiting to see if we get it. Yes, CJC saying yes. Can I get a thumbs up from folks? Audio's coming in through. Rob, you want to say something? Yeah, we hear you. Perfect. All right.
Hello. Is there anybody out there?
Greetings, PGS. Welcome to the Members-Only Chat. We are here with the one and only Viceroy of Verisimilitude, Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett.
What can I say? Hello, everybody. It's a Members-Only Chat for the Post-Geek Singularity community for you who are members of the Post-Geek Singularity channel.
Great to have everybody here. And if you are a member and you're watching us on YouTube, remember that if you go to the community section of the PGS channel on YouTube, you should have the announcement there, and you can join us live on the chat, and you'll have a chance to connect here with us. How we usually do this is when people come into the Zoom room, people raise their hands with the reactions feature. And then we just go in order, about 10 minutes with Rob to chit chat. Unless Rob,
and we should say
too Rob that delays that order.
No. That's exactly what we do. But the super chats and tips are open. So if you're not in the room and you want to throw out a super chat or a tip and talk to either me or talk to Roberto or respond to any of our members, you can do that outside of being in the chat.
In the Zoom.
Yes.
And Rob, by the way, I don't have access to the tips. I have access to the super chat. So you're going to have to be.
I'll have to look. I don't think we ever even really get.
Not a big deal, but just to keep that in mind. So.
Yeah, I'll do that because it's funny. I always forget about that.
Yeah. And we do have a bit of a hard out today. So I'll try to be as gentle and as generous with the time that we have, but we may have to cut back a little bit as we get closer to 3
Yeah, that's okay. What is our hard out?
3 p.m. would be my hard out.
Yeah, I'd like to not go that long, but hey, if the conversation is great, let's do it, everybody.
All right, so we're getting ready here for I just want to make sure we're ready for our cascade of friends coming in to see us. So we're ready to let them all in, Rob?
Let them all in. Let that stampede
go. Here we go.
Let my people in. That was the breakdown. Bow.
we still have a few more coming in. Hold on. Let me give it a second for the folks who are joining us, and then we'll allow the second batch in a second here. Yeah, and so make sure you raise your hands with the reactions feature there, and that way we can have you share your comments or questions. Hey, Rob, I meant to ask you, have you been, I know that, I haven't seen a lot of it in the news, but I think specifically because we're talking about a fellow Spanish speaker and member of the Latino community. Have you seen Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities?
I've seen some, but not all of them, and I'm quite enjoying it.
It's, to me, the closest thing to like the EC Comics, in the style of Creepshow and that kind of stuff that we've had.
Yeah, although I like the production values, they're tremendous.
They are. It's very
beautiful. Cool. It is a beautiful, beautiful show. And I love it.
All right. Well, welcome, everyone. I'm going to switch to speaker view here so that we can have our. Oh, why is it coming to me? All right. I'll pin Rob because
you're speaking.
That's
speaking. Right. What is it saying?
Let me. Where are
5,
you?
4. Get out. Get out.
Go ahead and pin Rob.
It's Star Trek 3.
People are interested in seeing Rob, not me. All right, and we're gonna get things kicked off today with Darth Plato. And Darth, you should be able to unmute now.
What's up, man?
Hello.
Nice to see you in the chats lately.
I appreciate
doing more observations. It's good.
I didn't really know what to talk about, really. So let's I'll just say what's on the top. First thing on the top of my head is, have you seen All Quiet on the Western Front?
Yes. You mean the original? No, the new German film. I loved it. For those of you who don't know, it really bothers me that it's on Netflix. So there's a new version of All Quiet on the Western Front. It's a German film. It's Germany's official entry into the Academy Awards. It did not go theatrical in this country, which is a damn shame because, I mean, it's a horror movie. It's a war movie. It's a spectacle, but it's incredible. It's brutal. It's uncompromising, unwavering, unflinching. It's incredible. And what's really interesting, the original All Quiet on the Western Front, both the film and the book, was banned by the National Socialists in Germany in the 30s. And as a matter of fact, I was listening to an interview with the director, and they were talking about on NPR about the history of the film. When the film first opened, people went and the Nazis went and protested the film and like shouted the film down and screamed and yelled in the premiere screening in Germany, and then banned the book. And we come full circle, and maybe that'll happen again, but in this country.
The reason why they did that is because they were trying to perpetrate a myth that they had never been defeated, and
Right. Yes.
and that the war ended because of the quote unquote the November criminal stab in the back.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that what all those people say? Yeah, we lost. It's not our fault.
Yeah, well, you know more about the history of it than I do. I had to read the book in high school. It was I didn't really appreciate it in those days.
I've never read the book. I've only seen the original film, which is, I mean, what I loved about this new movie is it was much more authentic. I mean, obviously, because it had actual German speaking actors in the roles.
Yeah. I would have hated it if it had been English speaking.
Yeah.
In German uniform. That would have been very jarring.
But it's an incredible film, and I just wish I could have seen it in a theater. Again, it's frustrating. We talk on the John Campea show all the time that I believe that all movies. I mean, look, the real problem is if you're going to put a movie in a theater, people have to know it's there, and the only way that they know it's there is if there's money, marketing dollars behind the release to promote it. And I'm not even convinced that even if they do that with releases these days, that many of the American movie-going audience would turn out for a movie like that, which is why it went direct to streaming, which is unfortunate because it should be seen in the theater. It's an incredible film. Did you like it?
Well, I liked it to a point. I mean, I don't know anything about making movies, so I can't judge it along those lines, but I look at it more of a history guy.
Yeah,
it's pretty well. I think it's important to point out that this is not a war movie. It's a World War I movie, if that makes any sense.
Well, yes.
Because there really hasn't been. Look, war has a long history, but there's never been anything like it in the history of the world.
You mean World War I?
Yes. What you're seeing there isn't like, oh, well, that's what war was. No, that's what that war was. That was very particular to that time and place. I mean, I could explain why that is, but I don't know if I could do it in 10 minutes.
Right.
So I'll just move on. I saw the 70s version in school. We watched that in class. The ending is very different.
I've never seen that version. Was that made for TV?
I don't remember. I just remember seeing it in school, and I remember, I didn't care because I wanted to go to lunch. And that's just how it is when you're a kid. You care more about recess than you do reading things. But with that in mind, I want to make another recommendation. So if you watch this movie, and obviously you have, you might enjoy watching a German made TV series called Kaiser Stürz.
Kaiser Stürz?
Yeah, it's STURZ, Kaiser Stürz. It's like the fall of the Kaiser. It's more into the political aspect of what was going on. It doesn't show the front at all. It's more of what was going on politically.
Oh, it's 2018. Okay.
Right about the same time that the events of All Quiet on the Western Front are taking place. And it's really well done.
I'll put the trailer in for Kaiser Stürz in the live chat.
Okay.
So there is the trailer for Kaiser Stürz that Darth Plato's rocket. Wow, it's beautifully shot. I'll definitely look. I am a fiend for I love movies about World War I and World War II. And I'm just I'll watch anything about them. Did Darth get muted already?
No, I'm here.
Oh, because you're moving your mouth and I couldn't hear you. No, but I will. I mean, it's funny because I have The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, the book,
yeah,
and the hardcover. And it's got a gigantic swastika on the spine. And there have been people that have walked in there and like, what's that?
Which one? Are you talking about the Evans 3-book series, or are you talking about
the single book series?
Oh, you're talking about the old book written by the journalist?
That's a good question.
I think the book you're referring to is not a history text. That was written by a journalist. There is good information in there, but it's not a history text.
Yeah, it's absolutely a journalistic. It's not a history text. It's written by William Shire.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I there's a lot of historians that caution about that book, but I think it's worth reading.
Well, I mean, it depends how you. Like, I always take every history I've read, I take with a grain of salt, but that book is written from it's not written from a historical perspective. It's written from a journalistic perspective. So it's obviously it's more of a narrative as opposed to history. But I mean, there's a lot of, it depends. If you're a journalist and you're covering something, boots on the ground, it's going to be different than the actual delving into it. But I still think it's a very good book.
Sure, but
it's
that's
huge.
That's going to depend on what you're talking about, what journalists you're talking about.
That's true. And where they're from.
Yeah. That's why Civil War battles have different names for the same battle, because we're reporting it from a different location.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very a minor point.
But I think All Quiet on the Western Front, I mean, this version of it is a horror movie. I mean, it's insane.
Well, war is a horrible experience.
War's hell.
Even before the 20th century. What World War I does is it far exceeds anything that ever came before.
Yeah,
it's really incomprehensible.
Well, that's because no one had ever seen Wonder Woman show up in a conflict. And World War I, of course, the trench warfare, when she ran across the no man's land, no one had ever seen that before. I mean, how did that impact human history? We never knew Amazonians were out there. I'm kidding. No one's laughing. Well, I can't hear you laugh. Oh, well. You're all muted.
Yeah, that would have been, and that would have been an interesting thing to see for real. But there are times where women do show up in war unexpectedly. There was what was her name?
The Soviet night witches. In World War II, the female flyers. I mean, they were pretty badass.
Sure, I was thinking more of a time in the Napoleonic era called the Battle of Saragossa, where the French were invading Saragossa, and they were trying to blockade the streets, and the French would come around the street, and there was a cannon emplacement to shoot anyone that came down around the quarter into the street, and the cannon location took a direct hit from artillery, and the men died. And so this sole lone woman went out there and getting ready to fire the cannon. Everybody saw that, and they all these civilians gathered around. I think it was what was her name, like Daragana or something like that. I don't remember off the top of my head. Women are not terribly rare. I'm not gonna say it's common, but it's not as rare as people think it is.
Right.
In war, World War I, obviously, was a completely different situation. There was an amusing incident in the year between 1695 and 1706, where an Irish woman disguised herself as a man and served in the British Army for about 11 years, the English Army for about 11 years.
Wow.
So that's an interesting tale. It was Mother Ross, Christian Davies. She wrote a book about. I've read the book. She wrote a real memoir about what happened. We only have her word about what happened.
Right.
But it's interesting. And that's not as rare as people think it is. Where women try to disguise themselves and get into war.
Well, I mean, they're just as effective as anyone else, especially. I mean, we've never really had, other than obviously Pearl Harbor and then 9/11, we've never really had war touch our shores. And I wonder how this country, I mean, other than, of course, our own wars, but
revolutionary war,
but not in the modern age, the 20th century or 21st century. It would be interesting to see how that would have shaped America if we had ever been invaded in the 20th century of some kind. So, yeah, no, well, it can happen. Can you imagine trying to engage in urban warfare in the United States? I can't even imagine. Well, Darth, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming in, and thanks for being in the chats and always having interesting things to say.
Yes, so thank you, Darth. We got Marcus Bisma coming up next. Gonna go ahead and have him unmute. Mark, you should be able to unmute now.
Hello, hey Rob.
Hello there. How are you?
Good. Sorry, no cam today.
It's okay.
So actually, I want to talk about All Quiet on the Western Front as well. I didn't know the Dark Plater want to talk about it.
Oh yeah, no, please do. Shoot.
Because
what'd you think?
It was incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible.
But here's the thing. I read the novel, and actually, the first 1 hour of the movie, I resented the change that they made, because in the novel, the protagonist Paul was given so much more backstory. What do you think of the change?
Well, I haven't read the novel, but I heard the director talk about those other changes too. They added certain characters, certain German characters that weren't in the original book, but actually existed in history. I mean, my whole thing is that I mean, if you're adapting something, obviously within the paradigm of the length of a motion picture, you're limited by what you can and can't show. And I'm always curious to see what parts of a story, especially a novel too, people focus on, because I think a lot of the time in cinematic adaptations, much of a novel is lost. And you have to figure out how to distill that novel down into something. I mean, I can understand, you said you wanted to see more of the backstory of, I think about a movie that I quite like, which is an adaptation of a book, is David Cronenberg's adaptation of Stephen King's The Dead Zone. Well, in The Dead Zone, like there's almost like 100 pages of that book that happens while the main character is in a coma. When the Christopher Walken character, I think it's Johnny Smith, is in a coma. And that's it's really interesting stuff. But you couldn't really put that in a movie because, you can't have your main character in a coma for 40 minutes or something. So they have to skip over that backstory. So I can totally understand where you're coming from, but having not read the book, I can understand the adaptation. The question is, do you think the movie still works?
Yes, because after the war started, after like half an hour, the war scenes are really incredible.
Yeah, they're incredible.
I wish I could watch it on theater, because I can't remember the last time that a war movie can grasp me like this way. Like it was so good. I mean, you remember when the tanks came?
Yeah,
the tanks and the flamethrower. That was incredible.
No, it was incredible and horrifying at the same time.
Yeah. What do you think about the German delegation, the scenes? Do you think it distract from the war scene, or do you think it adds the horror?
No, I think it added something to because it gives more context, I think. And obviously the film being made from a German perspective, I think that it was sort of important to have those things. I don't think it necessarily distracted, because I felt like we were learning more about the thought process, the German national, what were they thinking, kind of a thing. And I it might have detracted from the action or the horror at the time, but I thought it was necessary. And that's what they added a lot more to the movie, that they added other German characters that weren't in the original novel, but actually did exist in history. So,
yeah, they weren't in the novel. The guy's name is the play by Daniel Brühl.
Yeah, Daniel Brühl. Yeah,
his name is Matthias Erzberger. He was assassinated 2 years later.
That's right.
By the right wings.
Yes, and that's what they talked a lot about in the. I would suggest go to NPR, their website, and just, I guess, type in All Quiet on the Western Front. The interview was really interesting, and they get into why they added the character and that character's history and how he really was assassinated by the National Socialists and stuff. And it was, I think for that reason, I thought it was interesting.
Rob, so while we have time, I want to ask you, what do you think happened to movies, war movies made in America? I haven't seen anything really that good in the last 10 years, maybe 1917, but I don't really like that, to be honest.
I'll tell you something.
Nothing epic, at least.
No, I mean, I was calibrating my sound system in our media room the other day, and I was using Apocalypse Now. Apocalypse Now is one of my favorite movies of all time, but I've always loved war movies. But I think in America, we are living in a strange time in this country where reality of any kind has been, if you're trying to tell a story about war, you have to deal with the unpleasant realities of that, what war is. And I don't think people want to hear it. I don't think Americans want to listen to it, and I don't think Americans want to pay money to see it. And what I find interesting, and because there's, you can watch, if you want to hear about war, go online and watch footage from Ukraine. And I think it's sort of a strange thing, because to me, stories that are set during wartime there's so many different kinds of stories that you can tell. Like whether you want to watch All Quiet on the Western Front and then go watch Stanley Kubrick's Paths of Glory. Which is it also shows the horrors of war, but it also shows what happens at the higher levels, the upper echelons of military command, and that too is horrifying. But I just don't think Americans, we were living, our popular entertainment is Fantasyland right now, unless you're watching dramas on streaming. But our movie theaters, I mean, I swear to God, we're one step away from believing that Infinity War and Endgame actually happened. That they were real.
The last time American war movie that really epic for me, Black Hawk Down by Ridley Scott. That was incredible.
Incredible. I mean, I really liked 1917, but that was more of a British movie. But yeah, Black Hawk Down, I mean, there are some great, whether it was The Hurt Locker, whether it was Black Hawk Down, there's been some Zero Dark 30, there's our movies now are about the war on terror. Yeah. And I think, I mean, Black Hawk Down was incredible. In terms of how it was made. And then of course, we did get Saving Private Ryan back in the 90s from Spielberg. And there has been war movies, but I mean, I don't know why that is. I just think that also, Americans, we don't even have any sense of history anymore. When I grew up as a kid, I was fascinated by World War II, because it wasn't, when I was born, we were only 22 years or 23 years away. We were 22 years out from the end of World War II. So, when I wasn't aware of it as a kid, but growing up in the 70s, it was all Vietnam, Vietnam. I remember seeing footage from Vietnam on the TV when I was a kid. My parents didn't want me to watch it, but then we started getting Vietnam movies in the 70s, whether it was Coming Home or The Deer Hunter, and then that Apocalypse Now. And I was fascinated. I remember as a little kid, not little kid, but I probably saw Patton when I was like 8 or 9, and I loved it. I was talking about this last night. I was fascinated because Patton seemed to me to be this, like Captain Kirk, this larger than life character that seemed to come from a time I didn't understand or I didn't get it. But we don't have that anymore here in America. I mean, and I don't even know, like, if you made your own, there's been so many interesting, whether it's the war on drugs, there's a lot of World War II movies like Where Eagles Dare or The Dirty Dozen, or movies like that, which are action adventure films that are set in wartime. And those are great movies too. But then at the same time, you can get a Saving Private Ryan or a Schindler's List and look at two sides of the conflict from different places. But I don't know. That's a really good question, because I think it'd be hard in this day and age when warfare has become asymmetric, where there's, it's a different kind of war. The Russians are buying drones from Iran and flying them into populated areas of Ukraine and just blowing up apartment buildings. And it seems like, is that war? Or is that just mass slaughter that's being justified under the guise of war? Or maybe that's what war always was.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I hope the Nolan movie is good. The
Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
I love Dunkirk.
Me too.
I thought Dunkirk was the way they played with time, and I thought it was really amazing. And it wasn't so much about war as I mean, it was, but it was, the results of war. I mean, it was horrifying, and terrifying. Those men on the beach, they got the Germans on one end, they got the English Channel on the other, and they're stuck. There's nothing they could do. Like, they're out of arms. They don't have armor to protect them. They have no air cover. I mean, that was terrifying. And that you had people, ordinary people, stood up during wartime and, keep calm and carry on.
So what's your favorite war movie of all time?
Oh, man, that's tough. I mean, it's funny because I don't necessarily think of Apocalypse Now as a war movie. I think of it as more something else, even though it's about the Vietnam War. I think some of my favorite war movies, definitely Paths of Glory, the new All Quiet on the Western Front, but everything. I love Patton. I loved the original Midway. I love Tora, Tora, Tora. My favorite World War II thing that I've ever watched is The Winds of War, the miniseries, and then War and Remembrance. When I was a kid and saw Winds of War, I think it was '83. I have one at John Campy's office. I have a giant poster for The Winds of War in my office, just because it was this sprawling epic about that encompassed all of World War II. But it's a TV miniseries. But there's so many war movies. Das Boot, Wolfgang Petersen's Das Boot, incredible. But yeah.
Thank you, Marcus. Do you remember that movie with Mark Hamill, Rob, The Big Red One?
Yeah, Sam Fuller directed that. That's a great movie too.
That's a great movie. Yeah,
it's a great movie.
It's a great movie. All right, thank you, Marcus, so much. Next coming up is Alon Abadi. Let me go ahead and have you unmute. And I apologize if I mispronounce your name. I can't remember if I'm getting it right or not.
No, actually, you pronounced it like perfectly.
Okay, wonderful. Welcome, Alon.
All right.
We're going to Space Tel Aviv, man.
Woo!
Space Tel Aviv.
Space Tel Aviv was so perfect.
I know everyone's like, it's Space Miami. I'm like, that's not Miami. That's Tel Aviv, man.
Yeah, I mean, you can differentiate because you can see the soldiers on the beach and stuff like that.
Right, right. I mean, it was funny. Israel was the safest place when I went to Israel, I felt like it was the safest place I'd ever been, which people thought it was great. I couldn't get anybody to go with me.
No, you're not alone in feeling that, but I feel that you do have to be a bit more open. But then again, when you're here, you feel it.
Yeah, no. Well, what I loved about it is that I felt there were so many other people looking out for things. Well, my favorite thing when I was in Israel was like when you go into a bar or when you go into anywhere, there was just some big dude sitting outside, smiling, and he would just, if you had a bag or something, you had to everyone knew to open it up and the guy would look in. But nothing was better than going to I went to Ben Gurion Airport. Ben Gurion Airport, when I left Israel, I had the most fun ever. I love this. It was 2005. So I think Ben Gurion Airport was pretty new.
It is. I mean,
yeah.
the new terminal is.
Yeah. And I went there and it was, get out. And some like really hot chick comes up to me and goes, "Hello, did you enjoy your stay in Israel?" And I'm thinking, wow, yes, I did. Oh, did you get anything in Israel? And I'm like, oh yeah, I got like there's an Israeli techno band called Infected Mushroom. I got an Infected Mushroom CD, and I got this cool 3D book about Israeli historical sites. And she's like, "That's wonderful. Why don't you come right over here?" And then she handed me off to another girl, and she's like, "Hello there." can I see your luggage? And then she would say, could you please show me that infected mushroom CD that you got? And I'm like, wait, how do you know? And I mean, it was so nice though. And I just met a series of beautiful Israeli women who knew everything about me. And I'm like, this is fantastic. So,
I mean, yeah, it's part of life. It's how we all.
Oh, I loved it. I mean, I thought it was great.
It's actually strange as an Israeli to like visit other places and see that like the amount of security is way lower.
Yes.
But that's not what I wanted to talk about.
No, I'm sorry.
I wanted to talk about two things. First of all, my friend and I have been feeling a little bit unsatisfied with the latest phase of the MCU. So we've thought of revisiting the Fox movies, and we started an X-Men marathon. And I wanted to say it's only up until like recently where I rediscovered X-Men First Class.
Yep.
Which I remember to be good. But then when I rewatched it, I mean, this film is a masterpiece.
It's really good.
It feels to me like a masterpiece. And it still feels like a film from the time that Marvel made films, and maybe that's the point in time where things started to shift more into movies, I would say. But it's a very good film.
I agree. I think X-Men.
I really wanted to like recommend it to everybody.
I mean, I know they jumped ahead 10 years. You went from what is it, First Class to then to Days of Future Past, then to Apocalypse. And I really wish that I would love to have seen a trilogy of X-Men movies set in the 60s.
Oh yeah,
like after First Class, and dealt with,
for sure.
Because I thought X-Men First Class it's so good, it's so entertaining. It is First Class, and I love the cast. And man, that scene where Magneto goes to Argentina, goes into the bar,
Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, I love that scene, and he was great.
But to me, it's not the best part of the film.
No, no.
There's one tiny scene where Charles reminds Magneto of like his happiest memory of like him lighting the Hanukkah or menorah on Hanukkah, and that to me, like in 3 seconds, is like the core of this film.
Yep.
And so that's one. And the second thing, I wanted to talk about Black Adam. Because I recently had a chance to rewatch it, and I think I discovered what's wrong with it.
Okay.
I feel like the movie itself is focusing on like the wrong things. I feel like they had an opportunity to do a really interesting story about colonialism and about maybe the perception of American troops or the American Justice Society outside of the U.S. And superheroes in general outside of the US, outside of America. And I feel like the material was there. A couple of lines that I really, really liked, and I wish that they focused more on that, were not your country, not your child, not your problem, or something, not your decision, I think. Which was one, and the second one was the first introduction of the Justice Society, where the audience booed, and I felt like this was a very strong core of a movie, but instead, like they threw it all away in order to bring this big CGI villain in the third act, and things went to shit.
I completely agree, and I think it's because, to me, Black Adam was more like it was a movie that was made before the revolution of the MCU and modern superhero films. It felt like it was a movie that really was made in the 90s, because superhero movies have progressed, and it felt like I was watching something that was made like around the time of Blade or something. and like you said, if the MCU had made Black Adam in Phase 3, if Black Adam was in the MCU, they would have addressed those things.
Yeah,
because that's what made it interesting.
I feel it suffers, and people might scold me for saying that, but like I feel like it suffers from much of the same problems that Mobius did.
I totally agree with you, 100%. And it was too bad because, you know, I think part of the reason is that like Dwayne Johnson knows why audiences like him and wanted to lean into that. And what you're speaking about is working on a higher level. That's not necessarily, it's not superhero stuff, but it's what elevates superhero movies when they get, it's like the Sokovia Accords in the MCU.
Yeah,
when you're talking, you know, like how does the activities of metahumans affect people around the world? Can they enact foreign policy, and should they, you know, and I think a lot of people think that we don't need to put that in this movie. We want to see Dwayne Johnson beat people up, fight the villain. And I get that. And I don't necessarily think they're wrong, but I think then there's a reason why Black Adam is not a runaway success at the box office. And I think it's not a runaway success. It's not a runaway success because it doesn't elevate itself beyond what it is. You know, you see this cool superhero fights, but there's no meat on its bones. There's no, you don't have anything to think about when you leave the theater. Whereas you watch a movie like Captain America: Winter Soldier, and there's a lot in there. Think about the surveillance culture and the Hydra rising up and taking away our freedoms without us knowing it. I mean, there's things that resonate beyond the movie that are true for us today. And I think superheroes more, same with X-Men First Class. You know, that's a film that
exactly.
All of what that movie's about. Yeah, it's about the X-Men, the formation of the X-Men, but it's also about history, like the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's also about bad actors working behind the scenes and the government controls. And there's so much more going on that make it not just a great superhero movie, but an interesting science
Holocaust
fiction.
And the social justice, or
absolutely,
the comparison to the gay community. Like there's so much subtext in this movie that I feel like recent movies are a little bit neglected.
Absolutely. And I feel that's true. Like I think Phase 4 of the MCU is kind of like lost the plot. I think that Thor: Love and Thunder, for instance, which is the only MCU I actively hated. It's the first time I never thought I'd hate a Thor movie, but I thought that there was so many interesting things in there. They could have made a really great movie out of Thor: Love and Thunder, and they turned it into a joke for the most part. And I think what it needed was more X-Men First Class. You could keep the humor and all that, but you turn Thor into a buffoon, and all of these really interesting, between Gore the God Butcher and Lady Thor and all that, there was so much interesting stuff there that they just turned everything into a joke.
But with all that being said, I still loved Black Adam, and I still recommend it to whoever I talk to.
Because it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. And I went to see it in theaters, I think 3 times.
Oh, wow.
And it was great each and every time. And I still recommend it.
Yeah, I mean, I look, it's a good time at the movies. Let's see where we're at. It's really interesting. We talked about this yesterday on the show, but the biggest the movie that looks like it's going to win the box office is the anime film One Piece Red. That outgrossed Black Adam at the box office, not by much, but by a little. So Black Adam is now up to 262 million worldwide. And they were talking about that it needs to make 450 million. And now if it doesn't get a China release, I don't think it's going to make it. So I don't know if we're going to see another Black Adam movie. We might. But thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, thanks for being here. And sorry to the chat. We have been getting spammed by some bots that were relentless. And so I had to switch the chat to members only right now. I apologize. I'm gonna see if we can get it back up and running for everybody else.
Are they the porn bots?
It's not a porn bot, but it was.
Damn
like it didn't matter how many times we deleted it; it kept coming back. So we went ahead and switched it. I'll play with it a little bit more. So apologies for the non-members because I know that you guys want to share your chats as well. And speaking of that. We do have a $20 super chat from Martino Sulmoni. straight from Playtrek.
Martino Simone is one of the great men I've met on YouTube.
It's such a great show that he's doing with the Playtrek. I love it.
And I don't know if anyone saw, he did the Space 1999 opening
it was
trailer.
Fantastic.
It's so good.
So good.
And Playtrek, he just keeps getting better and upping the ante and upping his effects.
And by the way, Martino, if you need voices, I can do a pretty good Ricardo Montalban for Khan if you're looking for Khan. So hit me up.
I had so much fun doing a voice for him, but I didn't get many lines. Come on, man, I'm an actor. I need more lines, Martino. What's up with that?
Then we also have Mikey Lito gifted a membership to Thomas Bartholdi. So now, thanks to Mikey, Thomas Bartholdi has a 1-month membership. So welcome, Thomas.
That's very nice, Mikey. Mikey's a good man. I'm glad that Mikey and Lael are now hooked up. They're friends with one another because Mikey was saying how much he admired Lael.
Awesome.
I love Lael. He's the best. And we had a great conversation last night on Midnight Musings, by the way.
Yeah. I saw
you were there.
I was there for a little bit, but you guys went much later. And then I got up in the middle of the night and you were still going. I was like, oh my God. So I had all new co-hosts at that point. So
yeah, I did.
And then Joe Rossi became a member. And Joe has been wondering about how to get into the Zoom chat. If you go now to the PGS channel in YouTube and go to the community tab, you'll see the announcements there that are for members only. So there's a most recent one. We'll show you there. We'll have the link there. So if you want to join us in the live chat, you can do that.
Yes, you can.
Thank you for coming, Joe. And we are coming up to our next member here, Pedro Ferreira. So, Pedro, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi. Hello.
I think I have your Quantum Leap letter. What letter do I have that you sent back in?
Quantum Leap? What was? Yeah. Did you get that?
I got a letter I'm going to read that you wrote today, I think.
I sent something over for tomorrow's Let's Get Physical Media.
Oh, is that what it is? I got a bunch of letters and I saw that there was one from you.
Yeah. And I think I tried to send over my Trekkies 2 review or something like that. I don't know. I tried to see.
Yeah, I need to see. Did you watch the special features? Did we talk about that? On the disc? Because my ex-wife and I are all over the special features for Trekkies 2.
Probably didn't have time to watch I don't think I had time to watch the extra features. I think I had to. I saw the DVD, but I didn't see those extra features. Yeah. It's interesting, actually. I just got off watching. I just got off hearing an Inglorious Treksperts episode, and you weren't in that one, so this kind of complements the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, so what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you? How's things going?
Things are good. It's been fun. I mean, getting back and doing the channel. I feel like I let it sort of. This year has been crazy in terms. It's been busy, but I want to get back to doing the channel just because I have so much fun doing it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were going to bring back whining about movies and all that, so it's fun.
Yeah. It's the 5th of November here, so they're doing all the fireworks and everything.
Remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder, treason, and plot. Yeah, that means I have to watch V for Vendetta today, and which is great because I have it in 4K and got to watch it in the new media room.
I totally forgot. It was Guy Fawkes night today.
It's Guy Fawkes, yeah.
Gosh, yeah.
We don't have that in America. People are like, "What? The 5th of November?"
You have the 7th. July, so
yes,
that's.
But no one wanted to blow up old. Or what is it? Is it the old? What's it called? The old.
Well, they were trying to blow up. They were trying to blow up.
The old, not the old Vic, because that's a theater.
No. They were trying to blow up Westminster Cathedral or the Big Ben or not.
Yeah, but isn't it called something old something? It's called something. The old, I forget.
Yeah, never mind. I sent over a letter tomorrow, and I was actually, I might as well speak to you about this now. It's not directly related to the letter, but I thought I might just speak to you about it. I've noticed over the years that there's a lot of now interpretation of what we watch. Oh, it's Parliament. Sorry, someone wrote in the chat Parliament. Someone tried to block.
Yeah,
Parliament.
it is Parliament, but isn't it called something like the old? There's a nickname for it. I think. I don't know. Maybe not.
Old Bailey.
Old. That's it. That's the word.
I
Old.
heard that
Yes.
before. Old Bailey?
Yes. Yes. Old. That's what I was thinking of.
Mm.
Yep. Sorry.
Anyway,
go ahead.
So I've seen a lot of interpretation of people going back and reviewing things that they watched as a child or something like that, or newer viewers who have been exposed to something older going back and reviewing it. And what I tend to see is a lot of kind of making fun of something that's older in reviews, and it really gets on my nerves because television from back in the 80s or 90s is different to what we have now. That doesn't necessarily invalidate it or make it worse in any way.
I don't think so.
So I'm seeing like people like sort of apply logic to maybe stuff that we wouldn't think about today in writing for television. So
well, what's an example of that?
So I saw so I grew up with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. And I'm on like I'll sometimes visit the Reddit where one person who's probably a younger viewer is reviewing the 80s series that I grew up with, 80s, early 90s series that I grew up with, and they're trying to apply logic to episodes, and they're pointing out how bad the episodes are based on the lack of logic that they expect the episodes to have. And I never really saw it that way, because one of the reasons I am an imagination connoisseur is because of that show, because the episodes were so high concept that it didn't really, I mean, it was kind of, you could argue, okay, the 80s cartoon is like the 1960s Batman TV series in a way, in terms of it being camp. But I thought that was not giving it enough credit. And I think there's a tendency to kind of look down on it, because a lot of the episodes were very much tapped into the old-fashioned sort of science fiction storylines of the the kind of B movies and kind of those kind of ideas, and bringing those over to the 80s and early 90s kind of scripts. It kind of fired my imagination, and it made me kind of like imagine stories and stuff like that, and it made me just kind of want to get into storytelling. So I kind of get taken a bit aback by that, in terms of how people try to reject or refuse something that's not.
Look, it drives me crazy, to be honest. And it's not just Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's anybody from today that goes back and tries to review something from years ago, and they don't, like, anybody who's reviewing something and doesn't take into consideration the intervening years and try and look back and take into consideration the time in which something is made drives me crazy.
I've spoken to David Wise, who wrote Ninja Turtles, and also another, I'm doing a disservice by not mentioning their name, one of the female writers on Ninja Turtles. I spoke to them about the criticism. Why isn't there ongoing continuity? Why is it so episodic? Blah blah
because
blah.
That's the way animation was written at the time.
That's the way they kind of did it, and they were kind of taken aback by it. I kind of defend, I defend David Wise's writing for the show, and I defend the series. But it's not just Ninja Turtles. I see that with a lot of different TV shows. Like, I've even seen someone on Den of Geek go back and review Next Generation and make fun of it compared to Discovery, and they say they're a fan of Star Trek.
Yeah, so, look, I can't deal with because I think that people like that are bad reviewers, because you have to take into consideration the time in which something is made. If you're an astute look, and here's what drives me crazy about fandom. When I was a kid growing up, and I'm not saying I'm better than anybody else. I'm just saying that when I was a kid and I was watching things that were 20, 30, 40 years old, like, even I as a child understood if I'm going to go back and watch a classic Universal Monsters movie, Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, Dracula, Wolfman, Invisible Man, whatever. I understood that, okay, those movies were made in the 30s and they were different than a vampire movie that I would see today. So even as an 8-year-old or something, I would adjust my expectations, understanding that we've had history. And maybe it's because when I've said this before, but when I was a kid, you'd come home from school. Like before I went to school in the morning, I would watch, they played Our Gang shorts with Spanky and Alfalfa and those kids. Those were made in the 1930s. Then you would come home and there was a 3-hour block of sitcoms. It was like Leave It to Beaver or My Three Sons. Then it was Gilligan's Island and I Dream of Jeannie or Bewitched. And then it was The Partridge Family and the Brady Bunch that went from the late 60s into the 70s. So in one day, as a kid watching kid-friendly work, I would watch the 30s, the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. And I was late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
So I was watching at least 40 years of American pop culture in one day. So I was seeing, without understanding what I was absorbing in this way, I'm watching the attitudes of the 50s, the 30s, the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s as a child. And I'm being programmed to understand how to look at programming from different eras and still value it. Like I didn't sit there and go, well, I'm not going to watch Leave It to Beaver because it's in black and white. You know, and like with the Twilight Zone ran from 1959 to 1964. It was one of my favorite things in the world. It was only in black and white. I never for a minute when I was a kid thought to myself, well, I'm not going to watch this. It's old.
Yeah.
I loved the first episode of the Twilight Zone was To Serve Man. And that the one about the Canamitz, and it's a cookbook, and it scarred me for life. And I thought it was the greatest thing I ever saw. I'm like, I'm never missing another. And that show would show me all these different things. Nowadays, for people to look at something like Discovery and then go back and look at Star Trek: The Next Generation and, you know, make fun of it or whatever, is shows to me a lack of intelligence on a part of the reviewer. Because, you know, there are people that can't watch classic Star Trek because they look at it and go, the way it's produced and all that. I'm like, yeah, bro, it was made in the 60s. And filmmaking techniques are incredibly different now. And it's maddening. It fills me with anger. And the thing about what they don't understand is why Discovery is a shitty show. But they love it because, hey, it looks good. And the characters seem modern and all that. And I'm like, hate it. But anyway, I'm sorry. Ask one, put it in the live chat. Put your last question. What's your last? I guess you can't, we probably can't write. Roberto, can you unmute Pedro so he can ask his last question?
Sure thing. Let me get out of here and I'll have him come back in. Give me a second. Well, now I can't get myself out. There we go.
You're stuck.
Sorry.
So shoot, what's your last question?
Yeah, sorry. So I'll be really quick. Do you think that the people, the reviewers, do you think it's often easy work to make fun of something rather than take something seriously when reviewing something? Do you think it's like an easy to just go back and make fun of something? Because it's less work to do.
Well, I think it's low hanging fruit. You know, I think one, it's intellectually disingenuous. And two, it's low hanging fruit. It's easy to do. I mean, look, to me, I look at the way Star Trek: The Next Generation is filmed, just the way it was shot, the lighting and the camera angles. It's very, I don't want to call it boring, but let's call it undynamic. And that's by design. So the actual look and the color palette and the lighting in Star Trek, that high key, it's very bright. It's very colorful. That alone is going to put people off in a sense that, and they're not trying to understand, well, why was it done that way? You know, and it's like people that don't understand, well, why is this only in standard definition? Why isn't it in HD? Like, bro, I have nothing more. If you say that, I can't listen to you anymore. I have nothing more to, and I think it's unfortunate. But on the other hand, when you have groups of people that only know one thing. I mean, when you're born into, if you're an imagination connoisseur, and you're born into a world where Star Wars and Star Trek and Jurassic Park and The Matrix and Blade Runner, I mean, Battlestar Galactica, the new one, take your pick. They already were born into a world where all of this goodness exists. So they're already getting the most technologically advanced, most beautiful, the best special effects. And I get it. They were born into that world. But I mean, in my case, for instance, I saw a lot of this stuff develop. And that was one of the things that kept me going and made me the fan that I am today, was that this stuff didn't exist. And it was marvelous to watch it come into being and be like, wow, that's mind blowing. But now when you're born into a world where all of it exists, you take it all for granted. And if something isn't as good as the very best thing now, like if every fantasy movie is not as good as Lord of the Rings or is not as technically proficient as Game of Thrones, like, well, I'm not going to watch Dragon Slayer, or I'm not going to go back and watch Krull, or, I mean, whatever fantasy movie you're going to watch, take your pick. And when people go back and they can't even, they're not even, you have to be trained now. You have to train yourself to go back and watch old things. And I do have hope for the younger generation, because there's a lot of people, if you watch, say, Gen Z reaction videos, there's a lot of interest now. And I'd like to think it goes beyond just getting clicks on YouTube, that people are going back and looking at old things and giving them a fair shake. And I saw that the first time I really saw that was when those two brothers, Twins, the New Trend, during the pandemic, when they started their music channel and they started going back and listening to music they'd never heard. They didn't just go back and listen to one kind of music. They were listening to rock and roll. They were listening to country. They were listening to old hip hop. They were listening to all kinds of things. And what was really interesting about them, if you watch their channel, they had a tendency to love everything. And I love that. I'd watch them and watch them get it, because they were really they loved music. And while maybe they weren't the most articulate, you could see that they love the music for its own sake. And it's like, okay, you don't have to love everything, but those guys really got it. They understood. They're like, this song was written 30 years ago. Not my music, but I'll listen to it. And then they'd be like, man, this is a banger, and that was the kind of attitude that I would ask of people, because it's difficult for me to go back and try and explain to younger people how important the Planet of the Apes movies were to me as a kid. They just laugh, because they've got Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, and War of the Planet of the Apes with photorealistic chimpanzees and gorillas and orangutans, and it's amazing. And you go back and you try, and if you've grown up with those movies and try and go back and watch the original Planet of the Apes, how are you supposed to take it seriously? And I get it. I totally get it. It's hard. And unless you've been trained to do it, you can't. So, but I hate when reviewers do that. They make fun of it. I want to punch them in the face. I don't condone violence.
Growing up in the 70s and 80s, like you and I did you ever, when I would watch shows like The Little Rascals and Our Gang, I thought the world was in black and white back then. I thought that's why it was all black and white.
Oh, no, there was definitely part of that.
To me, I just assumed, back then the world didn't have color. When I was a little kid, that's kind of my mentality. So
no, I think that is absolutely true. It is, and to me, it's like the demarcation point was classic Star Trek.
Yeah.
In the original series, the world suddenly became colorful, because even you'd see old newsreels. And the thing is, it wasn't just because everything was in black and white. TV was in black and white. Yeah. Movies were in black and white. It didn't matter whether you're watching Some Like It Hot or a movie about World War II or Westerns.
Right.
So you're watching all of human history was in black and white.
Yeah.
So the world was in black and white.
The world was in black and white. I mean, it was just kind of and it's weird, because when they do those things now where they do the high def restorations of old footage and they put them in color, it's like it doesn't compute. Like I can't accept something in my mind, doesn't accept it.
Yeah, because it's fake. The world was in black and white back then. There was no color.
Right. Stubble is up. Welcome, Stubble. You should be able to unmute now, my friend.
Yeah, I've already done it. So, Rob, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I have, when you had cons and Comic Cons and other cons, you had those long nerd discussions on topics.
Yes.
Right.
As opposed to today.
Yeah. Well, I have a subject. We won't discuss it here because we will go on for too long, but I'm just presenting it to you. So imagine that you're in a hurricane in the Star Wars world.
Okay.
And there are strong side winds, and you're shooting your blaster. Does the wind affect it?
That's a good question. Okay, this is a perfect question. This is the question you're supposed to ask me after like 4 beers.
Yeah.
You know.
But we won't discuss it now because we can go on for forever. But think about that.
I've never heard this before. This is a good one. This is a good one.
Because it's not wind. It's not a laser, so it's not. It's a plasma.
Right. It is plasma. Right.
Yeah. So, but think on that one.
Oh, no. Sorry, now I'm gonna think about nothing else. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anyway, changing topics here before we get bogged down in that question. But I've pre-ordered a book that maybe Darth Plato perhaps knows the author, Michael Livingston. Have you heard of him?
I don't think so. I'll look him up.
No. Anyway, he's
he's a historian.
Yeah, and he's done Origins of Wheel of Time. The myths and all the things from his life that inspired and all that. So he's written a book, and he's I have his title here. He's a Secretary General of United States Commission on Military History. So,
yeah, I mean, he's written. Wow, I'm looking up his books. It looks like he's written a lot of really cool stuff. Wow, yeah. He's a novelist and he's a historian.
Yeah, so that's coming out next week, but I won't get it until the 18th, I think. But I'll get the audiobook before that. So I've ordered 3 copies of different, I'm like you when it comes to Blu-rays and stuff, when it comes to books.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I think if you're interested in, because it's about a little biography of Robert Jordan, and also life experiences and what he's taken from mythologies and religions and work ethics and all of those things. And then there's a long glossary with characters, what inspired different characters in different situations and so on. So if you're interested in the background of those stuff, maybe it's something you'd be interested in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at his stuff, and he looks really. I mean, I'm very interested because his stuff is very interesting. This looks like he's a great author.
Yeah. So I just wanted to. I've sent a thing on DM on Twitter to you about it a few days ago. I don't know if you saw it. Anyway,
I will definitely jump on that because it looks really interesting.
Yeah. So I thought about talking about adaptations and Starship Troopers, but that's maybe a too long conversation. So I'll because that's really not it's not really a faithful adaptation, at least not with the intent of the book from.
Right. No, that is very true.
Yeah, but I'm thought about because Roberto have me on limited time here, so I have to pick my subjects. But anyway.
It's Rob's call, Stowell. It's Rob's call. So if he wants to keep you longer, he can tell me to keep you longer.
No. But have you heard of the Cosmere?
I don't think so.
No. That's the I'm into certain authors and so on, and Sanderson has something called the Cosmere, which is a a world where many of his stories take place on different planets.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and if you want to really dig down into something and a big rabbit hole, then you should check that out, because it's of, how should I say, there's like multiple series that's going on, but that's in the same world. So
right. Sure.
Yeah. So it's, you know, not cinematic, but book universe, so to speak. And,
yeah.
So far, there are 13 novels, 5 novellas, and 3 short stories.
Oh my God.
3 graphic novels in that. And he's like halfway done because he's planned out the whole thing.
Wow. He's only half. Now, is this part of what he was writing during the pandemic?
Partly. A few of those are the, but this one is part of it. That's the first Mistborn book.
Okay.
Yeah. And and then the Stormlight Archive as well. I showed that earlier. But his worlds are very scientifically created. They are created in minute detail, almost like, you know, you poured over your Star Trek starships and so on.
Right.
But so he has very defined laws of how the magic works, how different thing. There's nothing, you know, coming out of the blue.
Right.
And it takes place at 7 primary planets, 7 different worlds, and there are two biggest. One is the Mistborn world, and one is the Stormlight Archive world, and they have separate geographies, separate magic systems, and separate histories, and so it's a whole mini universe he's created.
Wow.
In detail. And if you go into the Cosmere, you can click on links and you can lose yourself for days there.
Well, I mean, I know what that's like.
Yeah.
And then you yes, you disappear in that. Well, and I love that too. I think that, you know, for fans, that's definitely something that we're always looking for.
Yeah. And the magic systems is very different from what you know from traditional things. So
right,
the Mistborn is the simplest one. There are 3 types of things there. So there are elements, it's called. That's when you drink solutions of metal, and depending on what your abilities are and what kind of metal it is, you can do different special things.
Oh wow, okay.
So if you drink something with steel, you can push on metal away from you.
Okay.
And if you drink something with iron, you can pull it towards you. And then there's something that affects emotions and other things. And then there are other types of it's called ferrochemy. And that's you can, how do you say? You can store an ability to, for example, someone who has healing ability can be sick for a long time to store up energy to heal himself very much.
Okay.
And it goes, so someone who has that have strength can be weak for several weeks.
Sure.
And then have very strong at a short burst, so to speak. But there's, I can't go into it all, but you should totally check it out.
Oh, I totally will.
Yeah,
I will totally check that out.
But I won't go into more details because no one is interested, probably. But
they might be.
They might be.
But now we have to. But now they know what to check out.
Yeah,
so that's.
You know, it's the thing when you're very into something, it's very hard to explain why.
Yes. Well, I think that anybody, it's just fascinating. You're fascinated by the entirety of it all. It sparks your imagination on every different level.
Yeah,
so,
and the the book I bought you, gave you a while back, that's very similar to the lock. That's very similar to this in look. That's also part of this world, but that's a standalone novel series. So, yeah. But
hey, Starwell, I just started reading The Way of Kings in the Stormlight Archive.
Yeah,
my daughter and I are reading it, and we're discussing it. We read a couple of chapters, and then we talk about it. And I love in the magic system there, how it's all about altering gravity. And I can imagine visually how they would do that really cool altering gravity, so that you can alter either your own gravity, the gravity of things, or the gravity of the environment. It's fascinating. It's very, very cool.
Yeah, that's called surge binding, I think.
Yeah. And there's three different kinds of binding. There's all It's fascinating.
Yeah, and you can alter gravities. You can fly if you put the point of gravity above you. You start to fly, and so on. And you can affect other persons and make them fly away and up in the roof or something.
Yeah.
But that's 1 out of 10 different things that will be introduced as it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty steep learning curve. Starlight Archive, you get thrown right into the mix. You don't get, you're not held by the hand and led into the world.
No,
you're directly into it.
Very much so.
Yeah, but it's a great series. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to give you the decency to tell you that I had to kick you out, still.
Yeah.
So.
This is the book he's talking about, but because this is one book.
Yeah, it's a huge book. I have the digital version, but yeah. So
yeah, they're on 1,200 pages a piece.
I know, massive.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
I won't take more of your time. I've bored you enough.
Great to see you, Stubble.
Not at all.
All right. So, but yeah, that book, I just started reading it, and my daughter has a friend who recommended it to her, so we're reading it together. So, next up is Israel King. So you should be able to unmute now, Israel.
Hello.
How's it going? Welcome,
Good.
sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. Did you see One Piece?
I haven't because I haven't watched One Piece. It's too much of a commitment.
Sure.
If I ever did do One Piece, I would probably read the manga instead, because I can read manga a lot faster than watch anime. But it's always good to talk to you, Rob. I wanted to get on Midnight Musings, but I went to bed right before you turned on the thing. So I was like, oh no, but it's fine. Okay. I didn't know that you were an actor, Rob. I mean, I knew you were in Biggs, what's his name in the porn movie?
I wouldn't exactly call myself an actor.
No. Come on now. Give yourself a little more credit. Okay. Now I was gonna say you should have narrated my documentary. You got that sultry voice.
Well, I've done that kind of voiceover thing. Israel's movie is coming out.
No,
Israel King, America's most startling new film voice, or whatever.
Oh yeah. No, but anyways, so I wrote in my super chat or my member chat yesterday on
I know
about Andor.
I know.
And you seem to pretty starkly disagree with me on that. So
yes, I did.
So I feel like we can talk a little bit about that in Tales of the Jedi.
You're talking about editing. So for those of you at home, our friend King Tannic here, Israel decides, Andor feels like it's a first editorial pass, like it's a first cut of the movie or a first cut of the episode, and all you have to do is re-edit it and make it better. In a nutshell.
I didn't mean it. It wasn't supposed to come out that way. It was more like I don't know. It felt like I was watching. It feels like I'm watching an extended cut of something, where I would have preferred, because I tend to get more worth out of extended cuts when I see like the first cut.
Right.
So there's a lot of stuff in here that I'd be like, wow, I would appreciate this had I seen a cut that was like, here's all the stuff. I'm not saying that anything's bad in the show.
I know what you're saying. I mean, I just think that, look, here's here's what we were talking about this for hours last night. I've been talking about it since Andor started. Star Wars is something that has always had an element of action, adventure, pulp, sci-fi, fantasy in it. Andor does not. Andor has stripped away, like if you could have said Andor could be set on Earth, and you could tell this exact same story in the same, the look of the locations would change, but you could tell that story right now if you wanted to. And I think what Andor is, not even allegorically, but it's a show about us. Star Wars, unlike say Star Trek is always an allegorical show that uses science fiction, action, adventure that's what makes the medicine go down. But Andor is a show that is unconcerned with lightsabers and Jedi and all that, and it's telling an entirely different story in the same universe. The same way you can watch, there's 100 ways to tell a story about World War II, depending on who you're following through the war. Like when you watch Band of Brothers and you follow Easy Company, or you watch what Oskar Schindler was doing during the war, or Patton was doing during the war, or Where Eagles Dare, or The Dirty Dozen, which are action adventure stories set inside World War. But for Star Wars, we've only ever got one storytelling paradigm. It's all kind of been the same. Swashbuckling, pulp, Western, sci-fi, action. But Andor isn't that. So I think a lot of people who don't like Andor, and I'm not saying you can not like Andor, that's fine. But it's so different from what people have come to expect and what Star Wars has ever been, that it's difficult for people, I think, to grasp it. Not that they're stupid, but it's not something Star Wars has ever done. So people are confused and perplexed and wonder, well, what is this? What am I watching here? And why is this not the Star Wars that I know? And I get that.
Not right now.
But for me, I love it. I love what they're doing. I love the fact that they can tell these stories. And, from a purely, it's a much more intellectual exercise, and you don't have the joys of somebody. Look, I get joys of hearing a TIE fighter scream overhead, because that suddenly the sound of a TIE fighter, which I always thought was cool, suddenly becomes terrifying in Andor. I kept waiting for that the TIE fighter just to turn around and come and strafe our heroes, just because Imperial pilots just like killing people. But then you realize they wouldn't do that, because they need, on that planet, they were at least trying to respect the indigenous people on that planet. Not for long, but like up until they weren't going to take them out. So that's the only reason. I understand there's a lot of people who don't dig it, because it's such a different flavor of storytelling within the Star Wars universe.
Yeah. I think the thing is, so like once during the entire period that Andor has been going, I've been editing and working on my documentary that I'm making. And my documentary, I know it's different from doing like a story, like a script based type of thing.
No, but I've been making documentaries for the last 25 years. I know exactly what you mean.
And so I had about 50 plus hours of footage, because I filmed for about a year. And I had to cut that down to a feature length. And so the first cut of the documentary was 2 hours and 50 minutes. But I understood that this is unwatchable. It's too long. It's too drawn out. And so now I've cut it down to probably a solid 100 minutes, but I'm still probably going to tweak it a little more. And I think that, not that things in Andor are bad, I just think that there are things in Andor that I'm like, okay, you made your point with this plot line at this point, and now you're just hammering it over and over and over. And I get it. And that's sort of what's caused me to fall out with the Deidre storyline a little bit. And that used to be one of my favorite storylines, but now it's gotten to the point where every time we cut back to her, it's like there's barely any progression in the plot. At least that's how I feel when I watch it, that I kind of dread cutting back to her.
You didn't think in the last episode, and she's like, yeah, we could just kill the pilot and like set him adrift. I think what's interesting about Deidre is we're watching an official become an entire, we're watching her descent into becoming a jackbooted, inhuman thug that is willing to destroy life to simply get what she wants. Well, we need to uncover this, so let's just kill the guy. and we'll put him in the ship and set him adrift. I mean, you're watching this. She's becoming a monster before our eyes, you know, and I find that really, like, the plot might be moving slow, but really what we're also watching is all of these people are being, the pressures of the world that they're living in are turning them all into monsters. Even Andor, you know, and it's like, I think it's all very, very fascinating to watch, because it's a slow descent. You know, it's like turning a boiling water. You put a frog inside a pot of water and you turn up the heat and you watch it slowly, and the frog doesn't understand that it's in a boiling pot. That's what we're watching. And by extension, we're watching, you know, I think Tony Gilroy, an Academy Award-winning screenwriter, is building on the fact that when Palpatine says, we're going to build the first empire, you know, and she goes, that's the way democracy dies, with thunderous applause. I mean, this is the extension of that. And we're watching our democracy. I mean, who knows what's going to, there's a lot of people terrified about what's going to happen on May 20th, on November 8th, on Tuesday. We're 4 days away from an election that could very well change the future path of this country, and probably not put it on a very good one. You know, people, election deniers, we're electing people that are willing to throw out fair elections, and there's a big possibility they'll win a majority. Well, what happens when when our elections become potentially invalidated? Where does that leave us as a democracy? It opens the door to an authoritarian to step right in. And I mean, already we've been dumbed down as a nation. And, you know, I want to write my great conspiracy theory about how outside actors have been using analytics and social media, both within and without our own tech companies, our own governments, and then foreign governments, to program. And they've done a masterful job. I mean, no military could dismantle America the way it's been dismantled post 9/11. And kudos to all of you people that have played all of us, because you've done a hell of a job. Yeah. And a bravo to you people. Good for you. Well done. But where's that going to leave us now?
I mean, and staying on Star Wars, but kind of switching.
But that's why I love Andor.
No. I get it. But keeping on Star Wars, but moving to another thing, Tales of the Jedi came out.
Yes.
I love Tales of the Jedi. Tales of the Jedi, and I've liked things within Disney Star Wars. I liked Force Awakens. I loved Last Jedi. I like Mandalorian, things like that, right? Then we don't talk about Rise of Skywalker. As far as I'm concerned, that movie doesn't exist. But with Tales of the Jedi, it was the first time I felt that I forgot that Star Wars got bought by Disney for like the 90 minutes that I binged it all.
Well, yeah, and that's how I feel about that about Andor. Yeah. I look at it in shocked disbelief. Like, how did Disney allow the same people that made Book of Boba Fett allowed Andor to get made? I thought, like you, I really liked. I mean, I liked the Dooku stuff, I think, the most, because Dooku was a character that was so underserved in the feature films. But you know, the whole Yaddle, or was it Yaddle? That whole episode, 15 minutes. I mean, with that beginning and middle and an end, you learned all about his relationship with Qui-Gon, and the various episodes with Dooku I thought were fantastic. And it made me think, God damn it, I wish I could have seen this in live action with Christopher Lee. But I think it's great.
Well, thanks, King Tannic. Next up, we got Roger Robertson. Roger, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, Rob.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Oh, doing well.
I always like to hear from you, because you're always doing well. You've always got a smile on your face. It's good to hear.
Well, thanks. I just want to talk about Sarah and Deidre, the new hot couple in Hollywood.
Man, do people love shipping them, man?
Oh,
I mean, that guy's a creeper.
Yeah,
that dude.
Her reaction, Rob. Her reaction. She's into it. Is there any doubt about that?
I got to tell you, I've heard more talk about this week. I don't know. I think we men are projecting.
No, Rob. I think she is soaking wet. I think she's still getting over it whenever she talked to her assistant during in the boardroom.
Here's my problem. I think that Cyril, I don't think he has a lot to offer. You know, if they hook up, I don't think he's going to be I don't think he's kissed a girl before. He strikes me as
he doesn't want to. He wants to be dominated. He wants the lever straps. He wants the riding crop. Rob, you said you're surprised that Disney is even showing this show. What if they show that?
Well, it's funny because I do think of Deirdre as Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS. She's like Diane Thorne in the Ilsa movies.
Yeah, the lever and everything. The whole works, Rob. That's why he wants.
Wants to bring her home to mom. Hi, Mom. This is my new girlfriend. She works for the Imperial Security Bureau.
She's going to tie me up in my bedroom now, so you might want to stay clear.
If you hear me shouting out, please don't open the door.
Yeah, it's what I want, Mom.
If the shuttle is a rockin', don't come a knockin'.
I know. So, have you happened to see, the Wakanda Forever is coming up, but the 2020 special on that they just aired?
No.
I'd highly recommend that. That was an outstanding portrayal. It's not really any spoilers about the movie, just about the whole kind of feeling of the show about the loss of Chadwick Boseman and about how the movie was set up.
Right. I would love to watch that.
It was really good. I watched that this morning. So.
Now let me ask you this: did that special make you more or less excited for the film?
Oh, I don't know if I could be more excited about this film, Rob. I've been looking forward to this. I felt like the only way to go is to match what happened to Chadwick to what the events of the movie. I think at the end of the movie there'll be other things that we see happen that'll kind of show where they plan the history of this to go. But I'm very much looking forward to this. This is
me too.
With 4, I kind of thought, well, this there's some things I'm sure I like, but there's not really anything I'm worried about as far as like Wakanda Forever.
I am really, really, really looking forward to it. I'm very, very excited. So, 100%. So can't wait.
And just you was talking about the Planet of the Apes earlier, Rob. I'm just making sure when you talk to people about that, you don't talk to them about how the great acting of the apes that they was able to ride the horses during the show, right?
No. I don't. Although I will say this, the first time I ever saw, I've told this story before, but when I first saw Planet of the Apes, it really was one of the most impressionable things that ever happened.
Oh, I remember the TV series.
Oh yeah, that came out. I saw that after, but yeah, it was. I liked the TV series. It didn't last very long, and there was the animated series too.
Right.
But seeing Planet of the Apes for the first time was definitely at like 5 or 6 was one of the great formative experiences of my life as an imagination connoisseur.
Right. The time travel aspect, that's something that I was first introduced to. And
sure. Yep. But man, it was good stuff.
Yeah. One more thing, Rob, a lot of people talk about She-Hulk and about how it wasn't funny. It had some moments. Definitely needed more moments. If I'm not a comedic writer, Rob, but if I was doing a comedy, I would strongly consider to use the most comedic character in the MCU. A character that doesn't seem to be being used in his own movie coming up. But why didn't they bring Luis in? I would have think you could have done like 2 episodes of Luis and just slay.
I don't know. To be honest, I think that Michael Pena. You're talking about Michael Pena.
Oh yes. Yes.
But I look. I think clearly sometimes actors fall out of favor for whatever reason. I think there might be a reason why Michael.
I can't believe that he's so popular.
I know, but
I can see how there's nothing for him to really do, that they didn't want to take him to
the quantum realm.
But
I think that they should have made use of him outside the same way that they've added like Thor's roommate from those. He shows up in Love and Thunder. What's his name? Thor's roommate. God, I forget his name. Daryl.
Yeah.
Daryl's in. I mean, Luis. They should have done a like before Infinity War or before Endgame came out. They should have done like Luis does a recap of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah. Everyone has cried for that since.
Yeah, I mean, why they didn't do something like that is beyond me.
But I don't know. You haven't really heard anything, but he seems to be so popular amongst everyone that ever talks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I don't know what the reason is, but it seems like because he's such a beloved secondary character, that to me he's as much a part of the Ant-Man films as anything else.
Right.
And to lose him is kind of a bummer.
Like in She-Hulk has said, okay, please state your name, and his name isn't just Luis. It's
right.
going to be about 20 different names, and he would go into a montage about the historic meetings and reference of all of his family names.
Yeah.
All the while, Jennifer Walters is trying to do the Nathan Fillion, but you just can't interrupt. You just can't get in there. Once the quarter is in the jukebox, you got to hear the whole
right. Song. Yeah. I agree with you. I would love to see more of him. Maybe he'll come back at some point.
Anyway,
Maybe.
Rob, I hope you have a good day, and thanks a lot for.
Well, it's good to see you. It's always nice to see you because you always come to these member calls. So thank you. And thanks for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. And good to have you here.
All right. So hold on. I'm gotta reset the timer here. All right. Hey, Rob, I forgot to mention that there's been comments. We haven't, remember, folks, if you want to do super chats, you can do those. But I did want to point out that people have been asking about your if you're watching Manifest season 4.
Okay.
And also, here's a comment from Eucalyptus earlier that Westworld was canceled. In the same week that Sandman was renewed, Westworld was canceled. So
yeah, they're not going to finish their story. I can understand why Westworld was canceled, though.
Yeah,
I mean, I thought Westworld was a really ambitious, interesting show, but I think it's an example of a show that went too far up its own ass.
Yeah,
really.
it lost people. Basically, it was a good one, maybe a good 2-season show. And
yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it had a really interesting first season, but again, I also thought it was a dishonest show.
Mm-hmm.
It was dishonest with the audience.
Yeah,
it had that sort of we're not going to tell you the truth about what you're watching. So at the end, we're going to be able to give you a shocking revelation that's supposed to make you go, "Ooh, I get it now."
Kind of a bit about,
and I'm like,
that lost problem.
Yeah, and I hate that.
Yeah,
I think that's bad storytelling.
But then speaking of that, are you watching Manifest?
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, my favorite show that I mean, it's not a good show, but it's beautifully made and the cast gives it their all, but it's gobbledygook. Right. It's a show that suffers from what I call impossible premise. Mm-hmm. It can never make any sense no matter what they do. And it was given a reprieve by Netflix. It was canceled after its 3rd season. Netflix brought it back after a fan campaign, and they've made a 20-episode 4th season that they've split into 2 10-part episodes. It dropped Thursday night at midnight, Friday morning. So just yesterday. I have not jumped into it yet, but I'm certainly going to. I'm going to sit down, and it's hard for me because with work and streaming and stuff, I need time where I can sit down and, watch multiple episodes of it. And look.
And nowadays, cranking out a 20-episode season, that's a commitment.
It's a commitment. And by the way, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good because nothing about Manifest is good. And when I say that, the cast and crew, I love them. I love everything about the people that make Manifest. But the thing that I love the most about Manifest is it's one of these shows where it has a really good idea, at least as far as a TV pitch goes, that anybody in the room should recognize this is stupid. It's gobbledygook. There's no way you can credibly tell this narrative beyond the pilot because it doesn't make any sense at all. It has no, but it doesn't matter because there's lots of gobbledygook that I love. And maybe that's why I like Manifest. Like, I love the movie The Ring. You know, both Ringu and the American remake of The Ring is great. Total gobbledygook.
Right.
It completely falls apart as you look at it. But the movie tricks you into not looking at it while you're watching it, so you think it's the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
But Manifest, ultimate in gobbledygook. And they just kept changing and adding ridiculousness to it. And that was part of the fun. I'm like, what ridiculousness are they going to add? And if you watch all the crap between ancient prophecies and government conspiracies, it's just ridiculous.
Right.
And I admire the gobbledygook that they do it with such conviction.
Well, Manifest is the king of gobbledygook, and Tom Jr. Jackson is the king of goofs. So we're going to bring him in right now. Tom, you should be able to unmute now.
Hey, Rob.
What's going on, dude? Thanks for being moderating until like 6 in the morning or whatever.
Oh, I do it all the time. And it just ends up being me by myself. Once in a while, like Roberto will show up or Alex will be there, but it ends up being just me.
Well,
and luckily for me, everybody likes me. So
yes, because you're a goof person. No, it was that was great. That was fun last night too. It was like 2 different shows in one.
I'll give you a good thing here. On one of my videos, someone commented on it about the goof people thing.
Right.
And they were like, well, goof people means stupid. Goof means stupid. I'm like, no. And I explained what it meant. Did I freeze?
No. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought you froze. So I had to explain, no, we are all goof people means that we all goof in life. We all make some sort of goof.
Yeah.
No matter who we are, no one's perfect. And the guy goes, yeah, I understand that, but I just want you to know this is what goof means. And I'm like, oh, thank you.
Well, I mean, it depends where you're.
I did. Go ahead.
I mean, it depends. Like, I know on the East Coast or like in crime movies, the guys, what are you, a goof? And I can understand how people can say, what are you, stupid? I get that, but it also means goofy, and that's from. And it's the same thing.
It's a good thing.
And from what you had saying, the way I took it is that, you meant to write, we're all good people. And one letter, whatever, goof. And I'm like, yes, we are. We're all goofy people. It's just, it sounded more fun when you said we're all goof people, because that's a funny, to me, I just found it to be funny when I read it.
But it's a great saying.
It is a great saying. And now you can buy t-shirts with that on it.
That's right, folks. You can actually
get that merch.
Buy t-shirts. As a matter of fact, that's the closing to all my videos, is to be all goof people.
But you know what? I resent the fact that someone's trying to correct you. Here's the problem, and God bless the world. But somebody wants to write you where we have now adopted this. We're having fun with it. We know it's goofy fun. We're all goof people. But someone feels the need to call you up and say, or write you, that's not, goof means stupid. And it's like, here's the thing. Do you think if we thought that it meant stupid, that we would use it? Now, then someone's going to come back at me and go, well, Rob, what about like racial epithets? Can you use those? And it's like, well, no, because those are mean and offensive. And we're all goof people, puts a smile on your face. It's meant to be fun. It's not meant to be offensive. And nowadays we live in a world where, well, it could be. I mean, you just don't know. It might offend somebody. Somebody thinks goof. They grew up thinking goof was stupid. You're a goof. And it's stupid, and they're triggered, and they're offended. And I'm like, this is my problem with the entire world. I want to tell people like that, fuck off. But you don't.
I could always do a parody video and just apologize to all the goofy people out there. But,
Dude, I had to stop myself. I stopped myself on the John Campea show. And I said, we got gypped. And as soon as I said the word gypped, I stopped myself and said, oh, because, that refers gypsies, the Romani people. And I mean, I've lived in Bulgaria, so I've met the Romani people. And the word, although there's movies, I saw a movie when I was a kid called King of the Gypsies. And there are people within those communities that refer to themselves as gypsies. You know, I've met them. And but you still don't want to offend somebody. But what I really can't stand is nowadays, because we have this gotcha culture, like I can infer that somebody is you can tell by people's personas what kind of a person they are. And if they use a word that has fallen out of favor, and you can tell that they don't mean it, or you understand that they're not, do you go after them? I mean, there are people that I feel the world, like, look, one of my favorite things about crime movies like The Godfather, you keep your mouth shut. You know, it's like when Henry Hill in Goodfellas goes to the slammer, and when he comes out, all Paul Sorvino and all the guys are like, hey, yeah, and then they pat him on the back. Hey, you broke your cherry, you did your time, you didn't say anything, you kept your mouth shut. You know, they give him, and there's ways of the world, and I feel like we now live in a world where people want to tattle on everybody else. Like, when did the world go off and become a tattletale? And not only that, people want to sit back and get other people in trouble because they get off on it, because it gives them a sense of superiority. And I feel that we live in this world, and I don't understand it. I'm like, what do you get out of that?
I'm watching you, and then I'm watching the chat on YouTube, and I'm watching the people in the chat here, and they all come up with different words. I mean, we can't say this word and this word. I'm like, oh God, what battle have I opened here?
Well, I mean, I think here's the thing, though. We all do know what words you can and can't say, and it's you know, where they come from and what do they mean, and where did those words, how were they used? Look, I'll tell you something else.
There was that old SNL skit with Chevy Chase and Richard Pryor, the word association. They could never do that today.
Oh, no. Well, it's funny because like, I remember when I was a kid, I got called, I mean, I don't know if I can say the word aloud, but I'm gonna say it away. I'm gonna say it aloud anyway. I got called a kike. And I'd never heard that word before, and I didn't even know what it meant. And you know, I went home and I asked my dad, and he was, oh, it's a derogatory term for a Jew. And it was first of all, that was when there were lessons that I learned when I was a kid that I didn't understand. One, my first crush was Nichelle Nichols, you know, Lieutenant Uhura. I thought she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, and she was on the bridge of the Enterprise. And I didn't understand that this was my pre-understanding of racism. And I this was like, I started watching Star Trek when I was like 5, but it was like when I was 8, I was like on the playground at elementary school talking about my love of Lieutenant Uhura, and some other kid made the derogatory term about her, use the N-word. And I don't think I'd ever heard the N-word before. And I didn't know what it meant, but it wasn't just he used the word, it was the way that he was dismissive of like anyone who was black. And I didn't understand it at all. I'm like, because it didn't occur to me. Like, I'm like, wait a minute. She's on the bridge of the Enterprise. She's gone on landing parties. And like in the mirror universe, she stood up to Uhura, even though she was scared. And she's all, you didn't come back. I mean, she's a badass. And I didn't understand, like, why would you not like her? And she was beautiful. Like,
she was the best.
She was, it was such a weird thing to hear this word, but it wasn't so much the word. And I remember having a long conversation with my dad. My dad was trying to explain racism to me. And I'm like, and I just couldn't get past. I'm like, but she's on the bridge of the Enterprise, Dad. You know, like, she knows Captain Kirk. Like, what's not, and she's beautiful, and what's not to love? Like, I couldn't understand why somebody would dislike her. Like, I didn't understand the concept of her even being black. I'm like, but she's Lieutenant Uhura. Like, and I was thinking to myself, well, I don't think you could make her white. Like, I was trying to think, like, could she go take a shower? Like, could she go see, I mean, maybe Dr. McCoy could medically alter her and turn her, but like, why would you want to do that? And in my mind, I just didn't understand it at all. I didn't. And then the same was true of when I heard the word kike. I'm like, that, it sounds like you're going, like, go fly a kike. I'm like, what does that mean? I don't even know. My dad's trying to explain to me, well, you know, people hate Jews, and they think Jews have horns and stuff. And I'm like, well, what? Like, and it was a very hard concept for me to deal with as a kid, because my parents never said a bad word about other people in the house. I never understood. I didn't get it. It took me a really long time to understand that. And to be fair, where I grew up, there wasn't a lot of overt racism. I just didn't know, but I didn't know anything. I didn't know because we weren't very racially diverse where I grew up either. So I never understood it. I still don't, to be honest. Depending on where you're standing in the world, like get on a plane and fly 14 hours and there's a lot of different looking people. You should do more of that. So I can't hear you, Roberto. It's like I'm watching.
Oh, that's weird. I didn't take it wasn't time. I don't know if
oh my God. Wait a minute.
I think he just got kicked out.
He did? Do you know what, Roberto, do you know what day it was when I learned what the term WAPs meant? It was today.
Really?
I did not know. Darth Plato says that the word WAPs means without papers.
Ah, interesting. Wow.
Italian immigrants.
Right.
I did not know what that word until today. See, you can learn something every day. I did not know that the term WAPs meant without papers, but that makes perfect sense. Immigration papers.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Tom Jr. Jackson. He got muted somehow. Let me unmute him because he had about another half minute. So let me.
He's a goof person. That's why.
Yeah, let me go ahead and add him.
I'm sorry. Hey. I'm blown away by the term WAPs. I just learned that from Darth Plato.
Tom, I don't know what happened. If you got knocked out or what, because I didn't alter it.
Rob, last night I mentioned.
By the way, I've heard the word WAPs my whole life. I just didn't know what it meant. So
I mentioned something in the chat last night. You just mentioned that in your last conversation with someone. The Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS.
She-Wolf of the SS.
And you were talking about random, like movies no one's ever heard of. And I brought that up in the chat a few times last night. And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, this movie just celebrated its 47th anniversary, October 1st.
It's funny. There's a whole series of Ilsa movies.
Yeah, I've only seen the first one once, and I think it was on YouTube that I watched the movie.
I mean, it's brutal.
Someone posted it on.
It's total exploitation. You could never make that movie today.
It's a Canadian exploitation film.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Oh, is it? Yeah. Is it really? The Ilsa movies are Canadian? Wow.
Yeah. Who knew?
I didn't know that. Well,
I also wanted to say one more thing to you, is that I know I've been asking you to come on my show and stuff like that, and I'm sorry if I put you on the spot.
No, not at all. It's just been I've been trying to work around, but yeah, I'll be happy to be on your show, of course.
Yeah, when you're not busy, shoot me a message saying, "Hey, I'm free. We'll do something." I'll have you come on. I'll interview you, and yeah, because I would love to do that. As a matter of fact, Taylor and I are gonna schedule something because I asked him if I could interview him.
Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be great.
Yeah, a lot of people want. Hey, can I come on? And I got like people that want to come on and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Well, let's do it.
So yeah,
absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. By the way, best new book is Somebody Feed Phil. Have you watched this show on Netflix?
No.
You have to watch this. This is a great show.
I'll watch the show.
Just like you, this guy believes that everybody has a story to tell, but also some great food with it.
I've been watching the Drink Masters. I'm almost done with Drink Masters. They're new. It's a food show. It's like a food show. It's like the Great British Bake Off, but with alcoholic beverages. And I've been thoroughly enjoying it.
And I saw that on there. I'm like, yeah, that's a Rob show. As soon as I saw it, I said, yeah, Rob's going to be watching that.
Oh, yeah. And I truly am. Yes, I am. 100%.
Okay, I gotta kick you out now. I gotta kick you out now, Tom, because we got a few more folks coming in. But thank you so much for coming.
Go for it. Thank you. Right.
Rob, we have a super chat. Martino kicks in again. He says, RMB voiced Darth Vader? Deal. Roberto, I will find a part for Latinx Men too. All right, so we'll see if I have a part in the next play track.
Yeah, I mean, and those are great. He's done 4 of them now, the 3 full episodes and episode 0.
Yeah.
They're pretty great.
All right. We got S.A. Thickpen coming up. You should be able to unmute now.
I love his
awesome.
I can't help but think of the Love Boat when I look at your
That's very coincidental because I'm going on a princess cruise tomorrow.
Are you really?
From San Francisco. It's not the Regal, which is actually the new Love Boat in the Med. It's the Royal, which is leaving, and it's a California classic cruise.
Wow. Climb aboard, they're expecting you.
So
The
it's-
love.
yeah.
I mean, look, man, when I was younger, my Saturday nights were the Love Boat and Fantasy Island. That was the 1-2 punch.
Fantasy Island. I watched that in reruns.
Yeah, and it was on I mean, the great thing was you got to see all of these like aging or less popular actors, and you know, it was like I'm like, ooh, who's going to be on Fantasy Island or Love Boat this week?
Yeah. So I will have time to catch up on some reading.
Oh, nice. Do you have anything? Do you have anything on deck?
The Star Trek Titan series, I had started that like years ago, and then I just kind of frittered it off, and I started reading them again. Mainly, the interest in that was actually, you're talking, just to turn the subject back, you're talking about war movies and war in general, World War I, and then World War III, and I've always been kind of like fascinated on how they depict World War III in Star Trek.
Right.
Because there's all the Gary 7 stuff, which kind of you could say, we can retcon anything with that, right? Because
that was, you know, are you talking about the Greg Cox Gary 7 novels?
No, I have not read those, but they're on my slate as well.
they're actually pretty good, but the thing was, they made this, I don't know where this came from, but what they tried to do was say that the eugenics wars happened in our lifetimes. We just didn't know they were happening.
Yeah.
And I hate that. This weird idea. I don't understand where fandom got the idea that the history of the Star Trek's history, it mirrors our history. It's similar, but it's not the same.
Right.
And and we saw that in the original Gary 7 episode with the space platform with the nuclear weapons on it. We never had that. That was not. It's so the Star Trek past is close to our past, but it's not our past. And yet, in novels like Greg Cox's Gary 7 books, he tried to say that it is our past. Like it's exactly our past.
It seems like there are a lot of efforts to retcon everything to make it fit to our world, because then it'll be more exciting. Like, oh, okay, this is what's going to happen in 20 years in the future, in the 2040s or whatever. That's, you know, going into the 2040s, just to tangent off, that's also an interesting topic, because you see all of the 24. It seems like they're picking the 2040s and that kind of part of the 21st century is a noir period. Almost when I see some of the look and feel of obviously Blade Runner 2049, or I think there was a Chinese or Shanghai something in the name of the 2040s, 2043, something like that. Yep. They all have this kind of noir look to them, like they're almost like the 1940s but with better tech. Altered Carbon even has that look, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So I think that's kind of a compelling topic when you insert that into the mix. But one of the Star Trek books that I read, that have you ever read The Sundered, the Lost Era novel with Sulu?
I have. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that was very fascinating, and that's what actually got me into reading the Titan series, because there's a crossover between that and the second Titan book, the Red.
Right. Yep.
So I'm gonna read through those. I know the Titan series goes on to about 10 novels. I don't know how good the runs at the end are, but
I haven't read all of them, but they're pretty good. You know, I like the Titan series, and I thought I liked it, and now it's sort of become canon. I mean, the Riker became captain of the Titan. I don't know if the books are, none of it's canon now because of Star Trek Coda, but the 3 Coda books. But I still liked a lot of that stuff. I mean, I think some of the best Star Trek ever done is in novel form. Mm-hmm. And especially like the Reeve Stevens Prime Directive and Federation are 2 incredible books. There's a lot of great Star Trek fiction that it is inexplicable to me. I mean, now they're Strange New Worlds is they're just ripping it off. Like modern Star Trek has gone and they've ripped off Pike's backstory with knowing that he's going to have this terrible accident. That's right out of Margaret Wanderer Bonanno's book Burning Dreams. And Una, Rebecca Romaine's #1's backstory is totally lifted from Dorothy Fontana's Vulcan's Glory, which without being credited either. I think it's in bad taste.
So when you were talking about the Gary Simmons books, you weren't talking about the Eugenics Wars books with Noonan.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
No, it was the
third one is when they're on the planet, the Space Seed planet.
Yeah.
Right, the post-Space Seed planet.
Which, by the way, is what. So Nicholas Meyer wrote a miniseries, a Khan miniseries that's all about his exile in SETI Alpha 5, and I reviewed it. They're great. He wrote it was going to be a 3-episode miniseries, which they're now apparently. I don't know where it's at, but they're turning them into a podcast, like a dramatic podcast that's so popular now. And it's fantastic. And it's interesting because he didn't read the IDW comic version of that. And he hasn't read Greg Cox's novels of that. He just wrote his own version. And I think it's my favorite.
Yeah.
That 3-episode arc, I really wish that they would just go ahead and make it. I don't understand why they don't, because it's so interesting. It was so good watching you'd think, well, how interesting could being on SETI Alpha 5 be? It was really interesting.
Are there any other books along the lines of the Sunbird and the Red King where they talk about the World War III era or the 21st century in Trek? I mean, those are the only ones I could really find.
Yeah, I mean, they don't. Sometimes, like the Reeve Stevens talk about it like characters. Like Federation is this epic. It came out about the time Generations came out, and it's a way better story of the Next Generation crew meeting the original crew, Kirk and Spock, and it's a fantastic book. But it does delve into Trek history, the era of World War III, because one of the main characters of do you know the original series very well?
Not as I know Next Generation, not
okay.
TOS, but I can look up every episode.
In the original series, there's an episode called Requiem for Methuselah, and there's a character who, his name's Flint, and he's immortal, and he lives for quite a long time. And when we meet him in the 23rd century, you find out he's dying, but he's a main character in Federation, and he used to be Brahms. And he used to be Da Vinci, he lived this.
That rings a bell a little bit.
And so in Federation, he's a character, and he talks about navigating that time and how did he survive it all. But they've never really see again the problem. Like look at Next Generation was World War III was a retcon. I mean, they had the eugenics wars. McCoy talks about the eugenics wars that happened in 1996, and this is why I never understood. Why people like in 1996 there were genetically altered Supermen, and that genetics experiment probably had to have happened 20 years previous, and they had to grow up or whatever, and so that never happened in our history. So why do people feel that they had to shoehorn our history into Trek history? Trek history was different, but I always thought that World War III was the eugenics wars when the genetic Supermen seized power, and that. But in Star Trek: The Next Generation and the Encounter at Farpoint, they show us the post-atomic horror, and that they're like, well, no, World War III happened. And I was like, really? I thought that was the eugenics wars, but nope, that was something else. And
they have that from like 2026 is actually when World War III formally starts, which is kind of eerily getting accurate to like 2060 or 2055 or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a key interest. They somehow have to explain how they can teleport and they don't have longevity when we're nearly at longevity now, or reversing aging now.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's another thing. That's why I find Star Trek Discovery so disappointing, because when they've gone ahead 1,000 years into the future, they've done nothing interesting with mankind.
Right.
I mean, you would think that with something like Borg technology, that we would have been able to use Borg technology to expand human life by 1,000 years. Like human beings we'd be in a post-human age where half of our bodies would be inorganic
or non-corporeal by then. Yeah.
Right, absolutely. And they've done none of that. And that's one of the reasons I can't stand modern Star Trek is there's no effort. The people that are writing modern Star Trek don't seem to know anything about science fiction, and they're not extrapolating, because I think going ahead 1,000 years in the future, that idea would have been really interesting if they had how humanity over the last 1,000 years with all of the technology in the galaxy had changed. You know, it's the same way that once human beings start intermarrying different species, you know, once you start having a relationship with somebody from a different planet, nobody's going to care about all the different couplings that happen on Earth anymore. You know, you've now exponentially plussed all of that. So I would have thought that, okay, what does a human race whose sexuality and whose interpersonal relationships after 1,000 years of being a spacefaring race and meeting people from all over the galaxy, how would we have changed? You know, how would we be different? We would have evolved into something probably close to being unrecognizable to us. And that's I would think that would be a great challenge for science fiction writers or TV writers. But because of production concerns, everyone's the same. Like the Federation 1,000 years in the future and Discovery is just like the same. It's just they ran out of gas. Well, we ran out of dilithium. I'm like, come on, man. The Romulans use controlled singularities. They have artificial black holes that power their ships. You're telling me that there's no dilithium, so you're all dead in space? You've literally run out of gas? That's your future in 1,000 years? And that's what we get? And normal people? I was so disappointed by their vision of the future. That's why I hate that show. I know I shouldn't. But enjoy the Love Boat. Enjoy your Princess cruises. I love that you're doing that.
Yes, you'll have a time that's exciting and new.
But I forgot to ask: do you go south or north? Like, is it an Alaska cruise? Like in Seattle, you can take a cruise to Alaska. Do they do that?
Yeah, we didn't ask, but what you want me to put SA back on to?
Yeah, I want to know if he's still there.
He's still here. SA.
Yeah, it's a California classic, so it goes Ensenada. It go to Ensenada, San Diego, LA, Santa Barbara, San Francisco. So
that's cool.
Just California. Yes.
All right. Yes. That's cool. Okay, now I had to know.
Yeah, that's the main one from here, either California or Alaska from the city. I have another comment that I could put it in the comments.
No, what? Lay it on you. Lay it on us.
Going back to the Trek thing, I always thought that'd be a cool story is to say, why don't they have the longevity pill? Like there's something called the Sydney Accord, right? And they forbade genetic manipulation, so they could tell the story of the Khan or the tyrants and how they got rid of the tyrants. And then in order to do that, they had to forbade certain forms of genetic manipulation so people didn't just become supermen, right? I guess that's sort of the story.
But no, I agree, but they should have leaned into that, because why, you know, in the 24th century, genetic manipulation is still frowned upon, as we know through Julian Bashir and all that. But why is it that we wouldn't? I mean, wouldn't we embrace genetic manipulation to be to live life longer? I mean, if I could replace my heart with a mechanical heart, you know, and if I could do all those things, get gene therapy or whatever, why wouldn't you?
Well, in our timeline, maybe, but maybe there's a reason for it in their timeline. I guess that's why you don't retcon everything.
But I think that, like, going 1,000 years in the future would have been really interesting if the humans of that time lived to be 500 years, because I really believe that one of the things that I think humanity right now is stuck. I mean, if you think about the 20th century, we extended human life by 30 years. The average life expectancy went up 30 years from 1900 to 2000. And that was just not through genetic manipulation. That was through better living, better medicine. So, but I mean, I don't want to live. If I live to be 100 years old, living 25 years between 75 and 100 is not going to be that much fun. You know, I don't know if I want to live that way. Not to take anything away from people who are living in their golden years, but I want to still be able to, like, run and have sex and work in the yard and drink all night long. with my friends, take ecstasy and go to a EDM event, whatever. I guess you could do that when you're old, but if you could extend, and I'm not saying that you should take drugs and go to dance parties, but why not? But the why wouldn't you? If humanity could imagine how, if we lived 500 years or 1,000 years, how that would change how we act toward one another and toward the universe at large. I mean, I think it would be fascinating to see. And how would that change mankind? Or would we just readjust and people would just fuck around for the first 100 years of their lives? I mean, you'd be a teenager till you're 100. And then like, well, I've been alive for 150 years. Maybe I should get a job. But how would that affect? But with a spacefaring civilization where you're traversing massive distances and you could live to be 500 years, if you could have long exploratory, where you could live in virtual realities to pass the time until you get to another galaxy or something. There's so many things they could do in Star Trek that they didn't do. And it bums me out.
But we do have separated nacelles.
Yeah, what the fuck? I mean, what's so funny about that is that isn't cool to me.
Right.
I don't, what's cool to me is extending human life and what does it look like when you're,
it's becoming a transgender species or becoming cybernetically enhanced and, interspecies. We already have interspecies with Vulcans and humans. Imagine 1,000 years in the future.
If it was possible, and that's why, to me, if I could, I would be fascinated if I could, through medical technology in the future, if I could transition and just become a woman, I would be but I'm talking full on transition to the point where you could have children. I would totally do that. I would totally want, if it was possible to live and transition, to go through the process of pregnancy and gestation and all that, I would totally do that to see what that was like. Yeah, in a second, and why wouldn't you? I mean, if you could have that experience, and with that kind of technology, 1,000 years in the future, I bet you could. And I would. How interesting would that be? Yeah. So,
all right, we got Nate Trujillo coming up. You should be able to unmute now, Nate.
Hey, Rob, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. I wanted to let you know I'm still not brave enough to take the Thor hot toy out of the box. It just looks too good in the box. I don't want to get my fingerprints all over it. I'm
just wash your hands with dish soap. I mean, first of all, you got to take it out because of the smell, that awesome plastic smell that hot toys have. You gotta do it, man. You gotta do it.
I did that, but I'm just like, no, I don't want to ruin it. It just looks too good.
It's so much. Oh, I'm glad Nate, of course, won a hot toy on the channel. He won the Thor Gladiator Thor. I love my Gladiator Thor. I didn't have one for the longest time, and love it. And what I love about it is all the accessories. You can choose to pose him with the blades or the club or both. I mean, come on, man. You got to open that shit up, take pictures of it.
Oh, it looks amazing. Well, one of these days, I'll be brave enough to take it out and pose it and all that, and I'll send you pictures.
Yeah.
I've just been like, wow, it's just too phenomenal. I'm just blown away by your generosity. Thank you, RM. For choosing me also, and Layal. You three are just awesome. I enjoy being a part of the community.
Oh, thank you. They're the best.
Tom Jr. Jackson has just been, every time I'm in the chat, he welcomes me, and we DM each other on Twitter every once in a while. I just love what you're building and just really enjoy the positivity and the interaction, the ability to just be truthful about our personal opinions, but then be respectful. And that's rare on YouTube these days.
Well, it's the whole look. Here's the funny thing. I guess part of it is me being a longtime fan, because I was going to fan events when I was like kid, and you'd get into conversations with people, and you'd have to learn how to be respectful, because inside you're going, fuck that guy. That guy doesn't know anything about warp drive or whatever. and you'd have to hold your tongue, when you talk to people, because you're at it. Like, I would go to these conventions because I didn't have any friends that there was no internet, and I couldn't sit around and I would obsess about warp drives. The wait a minute. So warp 1 is 1 times 1 times 1 the speed of light. So warp 1 is the speed of light, and then warp 2 is 2 times 2 times 2 the speed of light. Like warp 8 or something is 512 times the speed of light. Like, and you're thinking about all this, and I had nobody to talk to about it. I didn't even want my friends to know that I was thinking about these things. Like, I would have girlfriends growing up. Like, girlfriends would be like, what are you thinking right now? And I'm like, you don't want to know. I'm actually thinking about warp factors. And I'm thinking about, does a starship really need 3 warp nacelles to create a warp field, or really just 2? And I mean, I'm telling you, there were times in my life when I just would never say that. And I had no friends that would talk. I had lots of friends growing up, but I certainly had no friends that I could have these conversations with. So it's great to have the PGS, and, you got to be respectful, because everybody, I used to think that that I thought everybody understood that, we're all fans, right? Like, if you're at a convention and you've gone to a convention to meet like-minded people, even if you disagree with them, isn't it fun to meet like-minded people, even if they disagree with you?
Oh,
and
absolutely.
I never thought of having a disagreement with somebody was a bad thing. I also never thought of being like, well, fuck you, dude. You suck.
Well, these are important conversations to have. If you don't know the kind of warp drive you're using, what kind of ship are you going to build?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly right. I mean, but that's why I would tell you got to take your Gladiator Thor out and play with it. You got to set him up, put him on the shelf. Look, the great thing about Hot Toys boxes is they're very collector friendly.
Oh, it's a beautiful box.
Yeah, you can take everything out, set them up, and if you're worried, then you can put it away.
I'll try to be brave just for you. I know Tom has been trying to encourage me as well, so I'll try to be brave for him also. And I'll DM you some pictures of it on my shelf. I thank you again for sending that to me, for choosing me for that. I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Because I wanted to be almost like a pitch meeting kind of thing.
Okay.
What would be your ideal Superman movie? What kind of plot? What kind of actors? What would it be?
Okay, I'll tell you what it is in a nutshell. And I came up with this. I talked with Brian Singer about this. It was going to be, my idea was, what would a sequel to Superman Returns look like? There was actually a sequel written, but here's what my sequel would be. So on Krypton, and this kind of came out of the Superman the Animated Series. So I
love that series.
Yeah. So on Krypton, what you've never seen before is there is a central hub. In Superman the movie, they talk about Jor-El talks about all the information from the 28 known galaxies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there'd be a place on Krypton, like at the beginning of Superman the movie, that they refer back to in Superman Returns, where there's the repository of all that knowledge, and it is curated by an AI, an ambulatory, like a humanoid-looking AI.
Yeah.
And this humanoid also knows that Krypton is going to blow up.
Oh.
But this AI does not know anything about Earth or anything like that. So Krypton explodes. Jor-El sends Kal-El, and you'd see that, like in Superman the movie, when you see Kal-El's ship leave, then you would also see, which we didn't see before because it follows Kal-El's ship, we would see another section of a giant city where the entire archives that this AI, it's all a ship, and it lifts off with all the knowledge of the 28 known galaxies, and it takes off with this humanoid AI, and he's taken all the knowledge with him, and he's gone away.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and what he has been doing, we don't know this yet, but this AI wants to live, wants to be a living being.
Nice.
And it knows what it needs to do is it needs to be Kryptonian. because as it's traveling around, it's looking for, can it download its consciousness or whatever into another humanoid. It doesn't find any humanoid candidates. And then at the end of Superman Returns, when New Krypton is created by Luthor's, what Superman throws out into space, New Krypton becomes a planet in our solar system that's coursing with Kryptonian energy, and it's like a giant Kryptonian lighthouse. So it's a beacon, and this AI that's been traveling around the universe for a long time, because a lot of time has passed. It wasn't just, it took thousands of years because of time dilation or whatever to get to Earth. So this AI comes to Earth, a giant spaceship, it's space, and the spaceship, he's added to it like the Borg. He's assimilated all these cultures, although we don't know it yet.
Yeah.
And then when this thing finds the Kryptonian lighthouse, Superman flies up there, and when he flies up into the ship, he meets this incredibly beautiful, charismatic. The AI has turned himself into a humanoid, and the humanoid comes down to Earth, and Superman's amazed to have met another, because this AI, unbeknownst to Superman, like he isn't now an organic body, and he's like, hey, I'm the last Kryptonian, just like you. And Superman's like, oh my God, I never thought I'd meet somebody from Krypton. Thank God you're here, and blah, blah, blah. Come meet everybody down on Earth, and brings them to Earth and says, look. So Superman tells the people of Earth, there's another Kryptonian. And he becomes like the cause celeb, and he can do everything that Superman can. He can fly, he's got powers. And then this guy's like, hey, why don't I cure cancer for you? And Superman's like, no, you can't do that. You can't interfere with human affairs. Our character's like, why? Why did you not? Why would you? Well, you can't do that. You have to let them have self-determination. And this other guy's like, you don't have to do that. Why should people die of cancer? Let's cure all the diseases, and let's cure famine, and let's change the planet and make it our own. And Superman's like, no, you can't do that. And this guy's like, no, you can, and I'm going to. And he starts like going to the leaders of the world, and suddenly everyone loves him, and people are like, Superman, you could have cured cancer and you didn't. And then, of course, Perry White's listening to what's happening, and there's in the Daily Planet, like, what are we going to call this guy? Sounds like some kind of brainiac. So what ends up happening is that our young son, this is Brainiac. Brainiac has caused the people of the world to hate Superman. And what Brainiac really wants is Superman's son, who's half Kryptonian, so he can download his consciousness into that body and be immortal. Because then what Superman discovers is that in Brainiac's ship, there's a record of his journey to Earth, and he's gone from civilization to civilization to civilization, destroyed all of them, took what he needed to, all the knowledge, and he's been transforming himself through cloned bodies the whole time, making himself a better and better and better and better version of a humanoid. And now that he's come to Earth, he's realized there is a Kryptonian here, a half Kryptonian, in Superman's son, and he's going to down. And of course, when Superman figures this out, he's been the world hates Superman. Like, you didn't fix famine, you didn't fix anything. You could have fixed all of our problems. And Brainiac's like, no, what do you need done? Let's take care of this. And of course, it leads to a massive conflict. And then Brainiac downloads his consciousness into Superman's son, and they end up fighting like he's Mordred and King Arthur, and you do a big battle, and the kid gets killed at the end, and Brainiac is defeated. But Superman is left beaten, demoralized, and disgraced. And will he ever come back? Join us for the sequel. So that was in a nutshell. It was much more detailed than that, but I gave you the quick overview. That was my Brainiac story that could have been a sequel to Superman Returns.
Yes, very reminiscent of the Brainiac arc in the Superman the Animated Series.
That's where I stole it from.
Yeah.
Totally.
Nice. All right, Kevin is coming up. Kevin, you should be able to unmute now.
Hey, Rob.
What's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing well.
I'm doing okay. I'm staying busy. Busy. The son is staying busy. It's he's in that admission. He's trying to get into college, so he's
How's
staying
that going?
busy. He's doing okay. He's nearly almost or just turned 17-year-old kid. Doesn't know quite what he wants to do, but you know, he's a senior, so he's a young senior, so
he's got his whole life ahead of him.
He's got his whole life. You know, the only thing that we told him was, you know, just try to find something that you enjoy doing and, you know, do it. So, you know, staying busy. But I think the realization of him being gone in about 8 months or so is hitting mom pretty hard.
Oh yeah.
So because he's an only child and we don't have a lot of family around here. So yeah, I think mom's going,
she's gonna go nuts.
Yeah, she's kind of more emotional. She cries, you know, during commercials and stuff. She's like that.
Oh no.
But
tell your son to move states away.
We've actually kind of pushed him to, you know, he's going to apply to some California schools, but a lot of schools I think is pretty much on the other side of the country. So we'll see. You know, he's keeping his options open depending on what he wants to do.
Sure.
It'll be fun. I was going to originally talk about your I loved your show on Thursday, I believe it was. You were talking about canon and that kind of stuff, but I thought it was really interesting. It's something that when I'm listening on the radio during the day, a lot of times I'm always like, I want to hit my head on the windshield all the time because it's, some of the stuff that you were reading, it's things I hear all the time. You know, it's like, well, why can't we change, you know, this author's stuff? And then you said it like right out loud. It's like, because you're not him. You didn't write it. Like,
right. Well, yeah.
You don't own it. Well, technically, I guess they do own it now, but I don't know if it's a generational thing, but I think like ownership, the lack of people caring about ownership, and that's not just in art either, it's everything in life. It just doesn't seem like anybody cares. Like everything is community property now, and it's like, no, man, it's not.
Well, even more the hubris of thinking that you can work in that person's world,
right?
The funny thing, and I was trying to touch on this, it's funny when I do these shows, I don't make notes or anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just start talking, and sometimes I feel like I haven't conveyed my points correctly, or you know,
I write down what I'm trying to think because
but if I did, it wouldn't. I mean, I like to talk off the cuff, and sometimes I say things maybe that weren't as well thought out as I would have liked them to be. But that's the show, you know. It's. But I've never understood, like, here, if I hired somebody, if I was the corporate overlord for Star Trek or Star Wars, whatever pantheon of whatever the thing is, the people that I would hire, I'd be like, okay, well, before we start, what I want you to do is I would say there's all of this ancillary material. There's books, there's comics, there's animated shows. What you're going to do is you're going to become familiar with all of this. Mm-hmm. You're going to learn all of it. And you're going to figure out what are the best stories and distill it all down, because those people have thought about this franchise a lot longer than you have.
Right.
Any writer, any single author of a halfway decent Star Trek novel. And what would you do? Knowing that there's 1,000 Star Trek novels, Google what are the best Star Trek novels. And after reading 5 different lists, you can see, okay, these books appear on the same lists. So let's take those books. And the authors of those books have spent a lot longer thinking about the Star Trek universe, and they know more about the Star Trek universe than you do. And yet you're being paid 6 or in some cases 7 figures to now go make a Star Trek movie. This is J.J. Abrams speaking of right now specifically. And he doesn't know a fraction of what somebody who wrote one of the best Star Trek novels knows.
Right.
And yet you'd think that J.J. Abrams as a filmmaker would call up a person and be like, hey, I thought, can I bring you guys in and have you talk to me? I want to fly in with my 6-7 figures. I'm going to fly you guys in, put you up at a hotel. I want to have a couple of day-long meetings with you. We're just going to talk Star Trek, you know, before we even make a start, because we're talking, especially let's flip the script to Star Wars. J.J. Abrams is making Star Wars. You've got all the same thing, the books, the ancillary markets, what's good and what's bad. Dave Filoni, let me get in a room, you know, with all of you. And I understand Lawrence Kasdan wrote The Force Awakens and all this. But I feel like no one who's working on our major franchise properties are doing the work. So they end up doing this very half-baked, half-assed, especially with Star Trek, is that there's a pop culture memory of what Star Trek is. Kirk, Spock, McCoy, Tribbles, the Mugatu, the Gorn, and that's all it is. Transporters, whatever. And nobody understands it. And the people, when they start delving into it, there's a switch that's been flipped where it doesn't. You get things like Lower Decks. Lower Decks is fine, and it's written by people that Mike McMahon loves Star Trek, but it's all just it's a farce. It's all and it's not. It's somebody writing about stuff that's inherently like they think Star Trek is goofy. They love it, but they love it like comedians that I know love things. They never take it seriously. And I call it being inside something. They're always outside looking in because they're always looking at the Mugatu or something going, that's a white ape with a thing on its head. Let's turn it into something funny. They never take it seriously, ever.
That's what makes watching Andor all the more frustrating. I've enjoyed Andor, but it makes it frustrating to see that. I think you mentioned it earlier, those same people made Kenobi and the Book of Boba Fett. And it's like it seems like they kind of did their research on Andor. They tried to make a great story that kind of, introduces many new characters, but it still has that lore, it's still there. And with Kenobi and Book of Boba Fett, they introduced a bunch of new characters, but they didn't even understand the main characters in those two shows.
No.
I mean, literally the titles were called Kenobi and Book of Boba Fett, and they seem like almost secondary characters in their own show. And that's sometimes when I watch that, when you sit back later, you think, does Lucasfilm, to me, this might be a little tin hat, is like, are they trying to phase those characters out and usher in new characters? And that's why they're spending so much more time maybe with Andor or Mandalorian. It's a way to kind of slowly get those characters out of people's minds.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, The Mandalorian is the Boba Fett show.
Right.
I mean, you look at that and they want to make a show about Boba Fett. They're like, why do we have to do that? Disney they want their own Star Wars that they can concentrate on and get rid of all the classical stuff.
Which is fine, but just leave those guys out then. Just don't do those shows. Just leave it out and move on.
And I think what I find so strange though is that when Star Wars was made, Lucas looks to Kurosawa movies, whether it's Hidden Fortress or Seven Samurai or something.
Yeah.
What I don't understand is if you're going to do a show like the Book of Boba Fett, and Boba Fett's a bounty hunter, why aren't you looking to crime thrillers? Why aren't you looking to a movie like Heat, like Michael Mann's Heat, or Michael Mann's Thief, which is one of my favorite crime movies, and basing Boba Fett on that? Why is Boba Fett such a goof?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Boba Fett should be. And the thing is, to me, if you're going to do anything about Boba Fett, look at Empire Strikes Back. Boba Fett was picked by Vader, and we follow him. Like, of all the bounty hunters, no one's following Bosk or IG-88 or Zuckuss and Dengar. You're following Boba Fett. Like, Boba Fett knew he was the one that's like, I get it. I know. He might even know Han Solo and heard of him because he's a smuggler, know of his tactics and stuff. And he's like, you know what? I know that Han Solo is going to land on the back of this Star Destroyer where no one knows it's there because there's no windows outside, there's no portholes or anything, and he's going to hang out there, and he's going to drift away. And Boba Fett knows this tactic,
right? Which
shows that Boba Fett is a smart badass, and he's able to get to Bespin and follow them and chart what's going on and deliver Vader. Like, Boba Fett is incredibly capable. He thinks in 3 dimensions. He's really, really smart. And I would think, okay, from the way Return of the Jedi, not so much. I would say, just if you're going to do a Boba Fett show, forget everything else but the depiction of Boba Fett and Empire, and go, okay, let's extrapolate more. If he's the man with no name, we were talking about this last night, make him the man with no name. Then you go to see, for a few dollars more, you go to see a Fistful of Dollars and Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and go even further and look at Sergio Leone non-Man with No Name movie with Once Upon a Time in the West. And follow that paradigm and go, okay, let's base a story. Let's take what this guy did in Fistful of Dollars, like in Yojimbo or Sanjuro, the samurai comes to town and pits 2 warring crime families against one another. And what's interesting is in Book of Boba Fett, you kind of see that. You see that if Boba Fett were to roll into town and decide, you know what, in my time with the Tuskens, I've decided I'm not going to be a bounty hunter anymore. I'm going to fucking take over the underworld.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. Make it badass. Make him a really manipulative, smart son of a bitch who's out thinking everybody that already exists on Mos Eisley, Mos Espa, whatever, and make him a total badass who manipulates everybody to take each other down, and then he rolls in and takes over. It was written. I don't understand why it was so badly. It was badly written. Boba Fett was a badly written show, and I'm like, how come it's so badly written? Like, why are these things so bad? And I don't mean to be critical. I'm being critical of somebody, but it's not. No one wanted. If any show in the history of mankind people were pulling for, it was a Boba Fett show. I think your time is up. I apologize.
Yeah, sorry, Kevin. I hate doing it. And Rob, we're probably going to have to start truncating our times a little bit just because we're nearing the last hour and 20 minutes here. Do you need to take a break?
I need to take a quick break.
Yep.
I need to hit the head. I'll be back.
Sounds good.
Give me like 5 minutes.
All right.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Girls, guys.
Sorry,
gentle beings, kind souls.
Getting the signage down. We'll be right back is down, and getting the. There we go. We should be back now.
Got a nice brewski.
Aha! I take it. Sober October is over.
Dude, it's November 5th.
Yeah.
Remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder, treason, and plot.
All right, we got Marco Lani coming up next, and yeah, I'm gonna have to truncate the time a little bit, so just keep that in mind. Get your comments to Rob out quick. So you should be able to unmute now, Marco.
You're on, but wait, it's hard to hear you. Your volume is low.
Can you hear me?
No, now you're good. You're good.
Yeah, what here?
Whop here. I didn't know what that meant. Now I've learned today.
Yeah, I learned from a very young age, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, you know,
I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Things like that don't bother me. So welcome to my humble abode. So I'm looking forward to Black Panther, as I do with every Marvel project. But
me too.
But the thing is, there's a bit of trepidation there because one, I didn't really like Black Panther 1 for multiple reasons. It was for me, it was overrated, and it was a 6 out of 10 at best. And secondly, Namor was the first comic I ever bought, and I don't know. I really don't know how I'm gonna feel about the change. And I don't know if you subscribe to what Gary Beaker said, was that the reason they've changed him is because the licensing.
Right. You know what? It's funny because he brought up my live stream the other day on Friday Night Tights. It's very funny. I really like Gary a lot, and we're both fans. And I don't. He does things differently than me, but I still like him. I mean, the guy owned a comic book store for 10 years. I'm a huge fan. And when somebody said, you know, Gary talked about your live stream on Friday Night Tights last night, and I'm like, oh, that's nice of him. And I went and listened to that segment, and he might have a point. Like, I don't know. I know they had rights issues with Hulk and Namor regarding Universal, and I think there is definitely a possibility. But I really don't think that they changed Namor. I think that they changed Namor and they changed Atlantis more so because of the conflict that they might run into with Aquaman. Because, you know, it would be very difficult. Unfortunately, DC beat him to the punch. And I think they had to figure out a way, okay, well, we can't do Atlantis because they're not that they would have been sued, but I think having alternate, you've got DC's doing Atlantis, Marvel's doing Atlantis. I mean, they did it in the comics, but to do it as a movie, I think they could have literally run into rights issues and things like that. Or maybe, as Gary suggested, it had something to do with having to change the character. He and I think differently. I would say this. I mean, I love the idea that they've taken a real world culture, you know, Mesoamerica. I thought they would have used Asian culture. Like, I always kind of thought Namor was from Asian descent. Like, I never thought he was Greek, you know, or from that area of the world. And I thought it would be cool to cast like a great Asian actor in that role as Namor, or somebody maybe multi-ethnic like Henry Golding or something like that, you know, Crazy Rich Asians. I think he could have been a great Namor.
Well, some people think Atlantis is real world.
Well, yes, of course. But I mean, you still have to make it work. And I don't know how they're going to play it, but like Namor did attack Wakanda. You know, they did flood Wakanda, and I like that they've leaned into that storyline. But I'm going to wait and see. I mean, I do like, because look, when I was growing up, I was fascinated by the Mayans, and you know, they just disappeared, and well, then maybe they went underwater, you know, whatever. And
it's ironically, Black Panther was my favorite character in Civil War. I didn't really get the two films. I'm hoping I like this one.
I mean,
I was hoping.
I agree. I mean, I don't think Black Panther is. I really loved Black Panther in Civil War.
Oh, it's amazing.
The way they introduced T'Challa and T'Chaka and losing his father, I loved it. And there are elements of Black Panther that I really liked, but I thought it kind of petered out halfway through. The conflict between Black Panther and Killmonger, I'm like, okay, it seemed a little basic, and their battle at the end was.
Yeah, it was.
But I'm hoping it's look, hope springs eternal. I have not been very impressed with Phase 4 of the MCU. There's been a lot of cool things in it that I liked, but not like I liked the Infinity Saga. I mean, to me, the lead up when I watch, I love Infinity War and Endgame. I know Endgame has a little maybe plot holes or whatever, but for all of those movies to go from Iron Man 1 all the way to Infinity War and Endgame, I think is incredible. And I had so much fun. Like, I love, especially Infinity War. I'm like, I could watch that movie every day. And I when I watch it, I can't believe it. It's everything I'd ever wanted to see as a kid. Like, they're never going to put all these heroes together in the same movie.
It's unrealistic to keep on that trajectory. It's so difficult.
Yeah, what I don't understand is why didn't they? It seems like they went back. I don't feel any. You know what? There's an interesting video that I saw part of. I have to finish watching it. That Screen Rant released, I think yesterday, that ties together Phase 4 into the multiverse and how it all works. Like Kang's city in the quantum realm is the same thing as the 10 rings and is the same thing as the bangles that in Miss Marvel and all that. Maybe they're. Hey, I would say if they're going to tie it all together, great. But I still haven't. I hated Moon Knight ultimately. I'll admit it. It's been hard for me.
Well, there wasn't any Moon Knight in it, really.
And it wasn't the Moon Knight I read. You know, and that the iteration of Moon Knight being full on crazy was that's in the last decade. You know,
that's been a common theme. That's been a common theme with Disney Plus series. It's just it's been watered down.
Yeah, and it wasn't. It really bummed me out. Now I really did like the Miss Marvel series, which is so weird to me that because I thought it was successful in what they're trying to do, and I liked the depiction of the family and stuff, and I liked maybe not the superheroic nature of it, but I liked dealing with the partition and all that. I thought it was pretty good. Just I'm not that interested in that character. I just didn't.
No, it wasn't made for my generation, Bill. My age.
No, it wasn't at all. But I appreciated the way they did it. But when I watched She-Hulk, I was really excited for She-Hulk. I'm like, man, it's going to be leaning into John Byrne's run. It's going to be irreverent. And I liked the first episode, but the rest of it, I'm like, what the hell is this? Like,
well, it was a marketing ploy. They purposely put most of the marketing in the first episode.
Yeah,
to make it fit. It was going to be a kind of like him and her, but it wasn't going to be anything like that.
But it could have been a great story about, you know, this lawyer becomes She-Hulk and has to navigate through. I really wanted them to be looking at the Marvel Cinematic Universe through the eyes of the legal system and Jennifer Walters and do something that was really clever and well written. And I thought it was just, they squandered. They had a great, Tatiana Maslany is a great actress. They squandered all of it. And they had their motivations and they said what they wanted to do. They wanted to troll people and they did it. And they wasted that opportunity. I mean, I just don't understand why they even allowed, especially when you have the thing about the first three phases of Marvel. When you watch Winter Soldier, actually all the Captain America movies, the trilogy, Captain America, the First Avenger, Winter Soldier, and Civil War, there is such a love and a joy about comic books and all the Marvel characters, but there's also reverence. I mean, Captain America he's a reverential figure. You fucking love Steve Rogers. And the whole idea of Hydra, and it's not all entirely successful, but they take it seriously and it's badass and it's fun. The jokes aren't at the expense of the characters. Like when Paul Rudd meets, oh, I know who you are. You're Captain America, and I know you, and I know. Like that was us. Paul Rudd was us in that moment, meeting the Avengers team, well, half the Avengers, and those movies had such an understanding of what to do. And I feel like Phase 4 has completely lost its way. It doesn't have any of that in it at all, and I feel no narrative thrust, and it's frustrating to watch. And I'm hoping, for me, I want them to delve into the geopolitical situation, and I want to know why Talocan hates Wakanda or why they're going to do bad. I hope it makes sense or something. I don't know, but I mean, I still love Marvel. I still watch the movies, but I never thought I would hate a Marvel. I hated Thor: Love and Thunder. I mean, I hated it. And I was surprised at how, and 10 minutes into that movie, I was like, I want to walk out. I hated it. I stuck with it, but I'm like, I hated this movie. It's everything that the Marvel Cinematic Universe wasn't doing that I was grateful for. It suddenly did. And it made Thor into a joke. And I hated that. Not even Ragnarok made Thor into a joke. Yeah. You could destroy Asgard and you could have Hela and Odin dies. There's all, but it had a humorous bent to it, but it was still fun. It was like reading a Walt Simonson issue of Thor or something. And I hated Love and Thunder. I hated it.
It's interesting, Rob, because on the Campio show recently, you guys were talking about how, auteurs don't, the whole Tarantino thing about auteurs in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and how you don't get to kind of, and I think Thor Ragnarok was very much influenced by Taika Waititi in a way that maybe other MCU movies have not been influenced before.
It absolutely, you mean Ragnarok?
No, yeah. And Love and Thunder also. I mean, but that was what Waititi kind of unhinged within the MCU.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, but Ragnarok was an interesting balance. They hadn't done a comedy, but I thought Love and Thunder spun off. It took everything I hate.
Yeah.
When you turn the character into the butt of the joke.
Yeah. All right.
I fucking hated it.
Thank you, Marco. And again, sorry that I'm having to truncate our time a little bit here. Hassoni is up next. Hassoni, you should be able to unmute.
All right, Hassoni.
Hello, guys.
If I have a biggest fan, you're it.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Do you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and do you guys see me?
Now we can see you. Have you been taken hostage by terrorists?
No, but I have to get into character. Come on, Rob.
Okay.
So,
you're part of the 10 rings.
Yes. What's up, bro?
Just Elizabeth's yelling at me from a distance. She's like, when are you going to come help work on the backyard improvement project? I'm like, oh, baby, what's up? I'm on a member call. Come on.
I feel you. Oh, nice, man. It's so good to see you, Rob.
Good to see you too, man. How's Sweden?
To talk to you. Well, Sweden is, it's in the north. It's like, it's cold. It's really fucking cold now. And yeah, but it's a good country,
Now, did you get your new issue of your comic in the last 2 weeks?
Yes, we have 3 issues now, and the latest is number 3.
Yeah, nice. All right, it came out.
It's amazing. We just came actually from Gothenburg in Sweden.
Nice.
From like a comic convention type of thing.
So did you get to release? Yeah, you sold some. Did you get to release it at the comic convention? That's cool.
Yes, exactly. And we got to meet like other artists, authors, and so many fans.
Oh, that's
great.
So
we got connected with so many new guys and teams and everything. And they loved our project. And they call it like, it's very bold, because of the team. But we're going up. We're on the right path, at least.
That's great. And you've got now 3 issues. That's tremendous. Congratulations.
We got 3 issues. They are behind me in my shelf. Maybe wait. You'll see them right now. My 3 issues.
There you go. Look at that.
1, 2, 3.
Very nice. You got to get those slabbed. You got to get them CGC slabbed in those hard plastic shelves and get them graded. Look at that.
Number 3 of 200.
Nice.
This is the limited edition cover,
I love that you're the Infidel Comics group. Be careful. They're going to come after you like Solomon Rushdie.
Well, I am careful. That's why my name is Parker. That's not my real name, Rob.
Right, of course not. I didn't think so. Coming to us from a secure location.
Yeah, exactly.
They've taken out a fatwa against you because of your infidel comics.
Exactly. But bro, 80% of the guys here doesn't know what infidel means.
Let's keep it that way.
Exactly.
So you're safe. It's so you're safe.
You know, infidel is the most atrocious thing you can be in a Muslim world.
Really?
Yeah.
So calling your comics company Infidel Comics is like the ultimate rock and roll punk rock company name.
Exactly. That's what we wanted, because we are Infidel Comics. We don't do what other people do. We're like the Tarantino of the comic book world. You feel me?
Yeah, I do feel you. I know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, bro. It's so fun. Actually. So fun, to have something that you're working with for so many years, and now like you have it in physical form and you sell it and people talk about it. Maybe soon, somebody will make a movie of it, or a show of it, at least a TV show.
You never know. You never know.
Exactly, bro. Yes, bro. I had some notes here, so I don't forget them. But first of all, I want to talk about Daredevil.
Okay.
Why the fuck is he getting raped in his ass without Vaseline?
Well, the first thing I would say about that is perhaps that's the way he likes it. When you're engaging in femdom behavior, or maybe he's doing. I mean, I was thinking I was going but I don't know. Are you talking about the way they treated the character in She-Hulk?
Yes. I didn't like it at all, man. Didn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, they did kind of change him up. I mean, I was really hoping again for a different treatment of the character. I did think the Walk of Shame was pretty funny.
That was funny, yes.
That was fun, but I didn't like the fact that they used a lot of CGI and he's jumping off buildings and doing all this stuff. Look, I want that Daredevil show, the Born Again show, to be good. But they're coming off the Daredevil series, the 3 season series was really, really good. People really, really liked it.
Amazing. One of the best shows ever, man.
Yeah.
And like, I wanted at least one hallway scene. At least give us one, but they didn't give us nothing.
Yeah.
Well, what can we do, Rob? Just wait for better things, right?
We can only hope things are great.
Yeah. And Rob, blaxploitation movies.
Yes.
I heard you talking about yesterday on the Midnight Musings.
Yes.
And yeah, some people are taking like wrong at it, and it's just like it's a sub genre, right?
Yeah,
It's a sub genre, and I love those movies.
I do too. As a matter of fact, in my recent interview on Designing Hollywood with Ruth Carter, the costume designer of Black Panther, we talk about when she was younger, she would go to Black Panther movies, and she would go to blaxploitation movies, she enjoyed them. I mean, I love those films. And I think nowadays people look back at them and they're like, these movies, but a lot of people found them very empowering, and they allowed, at the time, there was a lot of really interesting independent filmmaking going on, and they were a lot of fun, man. They were a lot of fun, those movies.
Can you call Blackula for blaxploitation?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Blackula with the great William Marshall playing Blackula, who was in the Star Trek episode The Ultimate Computer. Yeah, Blackula's awesome. I love that movie.
It's awesome. I fucking love that movie.
It's great.
So great, man. Blackula.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's great.
Yeah, bro. And before we're out of time, it's like, Rob, it's like I knew that James Gunn would take over DC. I didn't know it for sure, but I was thinking about it a lot. And then it happened, and I'm so happy for it.
Yeah, me too. I think they're going to do well. The thing is, James Gunn is he understands as a lifelong fan. He knows what's up. He knows what's up. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing whatever he does. I can't wait.
So sorry, Hassoni, trying to get through our queue a little quickly because we do have a hard out at 3. So, but it was great to see you, my friend.
Good to see you, Sony.
And let's go ahead and have Julian come in. Julian, you should be able to unmute now. Oh, I'm sorry. I hit the wrong one. I hit Kelvin by mistake. Kelvin, you're up next. But Julian, you should be able to unmute.
Hello, hello.
Hello, sir. You're loud.
I'm loud? Oh, how's that?
No,
Is that better?
That's good. That's better. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. I was just so excited,
Oh, I'm right there with you.
Yeah. I was listening to Force Center not too long ago. They were talking about the Tales of the Jedi shows.
Yes.
And they talked about the last episode with Ahsoka and how it takes stuff from the Ahsoka book by J.K. Johnston. And they made comment about how some people were upset about the perceived slighting of the LGBTQ community when they did not make mention of yes, that's the book. They didn't make mention of the fact that the girl who befriends Ahsoka has an interest beyond simple friendship in her, which, having read the book years ago, I don't necessarily remember, or it wasn't that strong in my mind, but it's there apparently, and more power to them if it is, but apparently there's people that are upset about this. And,
of course they are.
Yes, of course they are.
Yeah, because people's sexuality is always front and center in science fiction, action, adventure shows.
Yes. So as they were trying to skirt around this and trying to say, well, that wasn't exactly the story that was being told, and so I can kind of understand why, because it wasn't germane to the portion of the story that Filoni was trying to tell, which is understandable.
Right.
But at the same time, they tried to pay lip service to it by saying, but of course, we need to kind of be careful in slighting, an already established character. And I thought, what? I mean, this book is what, 5 years old or something? I don't even know how exactly old it is. It's not that old. And they're like, oh, we've got this character that lots of people have kind of glommed onto. And I thought, well, how about all these other characters that a lot of us have glommed onto for like 45, 50 years, say Star Trek characters, which, people have come in and decided they want to change because it would be, or I'm like, so it's kind of like not very even there.
No, I mean, you'll look, what I can't stand is, and look, I understand we now live in a world where marginalized voices and servicing marginalized voices is a good thing. Where people are getting voices that didn't have voices before. Great.
Of course. Yes.
What I want is I want these people to tell me great stories. I don't want their characters to be reduced to one trait. And, when I'm watching a story about a hero or a criminal or a superhero, whatever, a princess, whatever I'm writing a story about, whatever I'm reading or experiencing a story about, tell me that story. Their sexuality, unless it's relevant to the particular plot, like a person's sexuality and identity does not always factor into every single plot that if you're telling, look, if I'm watching Heat, while, you see De Niro meet Amy Brennerman, and you do have a bit of Chris Shahalis's Val Kilmer's personal life in there. Mostly it's about the Neil McCauley versus De Niro's character. It's Pacino versus De Niro. Like I'll tell you something. You much as you want I don't want to see whatever representation you want to have in every single story you watch. I want to see a great crime thriller. And if a person's sexuality or whatever is relevant to the story, by all means, put it in. But why is it that everybody wants to lead with that? Why don't you lead with great characters and great stories? Why is it now representation, which I think representation is fine. It's good. But what I would rather see is I want to see that kind of representation in a fucking story. Tell me a story about what it means to fall in love with a Jedi. If you're a woman that you fall in love with a female Jedi character, and when they can't reciprocate your love, tell me that story. I mean, it's. I want to know, like, what would happen there? It's so weird that here's what I don't understand. When I was younger, when I was growing up, I never wanted to see myself reflected in characters. I would watch movies about anyone but myself. I would watch stories about men, women, young, old, foreigners, people I didn't meet. I'll watch anything. What I didn't want to watch is a story about me. I know me. I mean, I want to learn from somebody else. Tell me any story you want. But nowadays, everybody wants to see themselves reflected in stories, and I don't get why. Why do you already know who you are? Why do you want to see yourself reflected in and I get what representation means. And when people see elements of themselves in characters, it means something. It means a great deal. Black Panther meant something to the entire black community of the United States and indeed the world. I'm all for that. That's awesome because no one had ever made a $200 million superhero movie with a predominantly black cast. That means something. I get it. Which is fine, but then you still have to tell us a great story, which they did. Some people thought it was less successful than others, but I do think that that's what's important. And everybody wants to hang like this person should be this way or this. I'm like, you're seeing a story is a sliver of somebody's life, and it doesn't have to have a distillation of everything that person is, or ever thought about, or is. It's just weird that we live in this world that people want that. So people are mad because Ahsoka didn't delve into the same-sex yearnings of this other character that met her, and they're mad at that. What about the story that was told? Did the story come off well? You're worried about was that person's unrequited love? Is that part of the story or not?
Well, and also, the double standard that was kind of implied in there too, where, and people wanting to make sure that the inclusive character was not slighted, and yet taking older established characters that it seems to be fine to be able to change them around if they want to, and like you said, it's like the creator of the character, said, this is how this character swings, so
Right. Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, people just to me, that is what drives me crazy, because that is narcissistic, ridiculous behavior on people's parts where they're missing the point of the story that they're being told. They want to dictate what you're telling the creator of a character how that character should be. I mean, who are you to do that? It's unbelievable to me that we live in a world. I mean, and this is what I would say to people: if you want to create a character, go create a character. But who are you to tell the creator of that character? I mean, and I can't stand the cultural vandalism that happens with all of these modern IPs when you have people that want to virtue signal, or they want to change characters that they didn't create. But look, just because a company owns an IP and you're working on it shouldn't give you carte blanche to fundamentally change that character into a character that character isn't, to service whatever your particular messaging is. That's what I can't stand, is everyone's like, look at how great I am, look at how progressive I am. It's all about the writer themselves. If I see the writer saying, look at me, look what I've written, I hate that. I'm totally taken out of the story, and I'm taken out of the characters. I mean, I'm like, one, you're a bad writer, and two, you've betrayed the very franchise, IP, whatever that you're working on. You have not done what your employers wanted you to do. You have betrayed them, and you betrayed your audience. all in to gain what, brownie points? I hate that. I hate it. They've done it to Star Trek. I mean, that's all since Discovery. That's all they've done. And, you know, when you have Damon Lindelof talk about, well, you know, we have this platform like with Watchmen, he literally said, I understand that nuclear apocalypse was the thing that Alan Moore was dealing with. Well, now we're dealing with racism. That's the big thing. And I'm like, really? That's what Watchmen meant to you? It's a messaging tool? It's very frustrating.
Thanks, Julian. Kevin, you should be able to unmute now, Kelvin.
It's good to see you, Julian, by the way.
Hello, Rob. How you going?
How are you, Kevin? Good to see you all the way down in NZ there.
No, it's the wrong place. It's that other thing. The other side, Australia. That one. Yes. You actually cracked it open.
How much do I love this? By the way, you know what? I had this, like Mike Bodden, because you sent it to our PO box. I mean, I didn't get this for months.
I know.
And I had forgotten you sent it to me. And I was like, I opened this box of goodness and there's all these packages in there. I'm like, oh my God. I showed this last week on Let's Get Physical Media.
You did.
I was so excited to get this. I mean, I love these movies. You know, for the longest time, my friend Alan Spencer got me a copy of $1 Billion Brain before it was even released. But to have the Harry, I love these imprint box sets. They're great. So thank you very much for this.
That's all right. My pleasure.
It's fantastic.
I need to know what your actual.
Well, I won't give it to you right now.
No.
But I will give you my address.
What your email address is so I can send it.
Oh, my email address. Oh, yeah. I'll send you I'll tell you my email address is RMB and then small UR. So it's RM Burnett 1701 at
1701
at gmail.com. So it's RM Burnett at gmail.com. So you can all use it. And look, if you're going to send me dick pics and stuff, make sure they're good and well shot. That's all I ask. I need to get, you know, I want you to present yourself in the best light. You know what I'm saying? And get the angle right. Make it look good. Just saying.
Yes. Anyway, I have a question for you. You probably come across this. I for a long time, probably during the 1990s and the 2000s, I went to conventions like all of us, and I took some video and stuff like that. What do you think I should do with it? Because I'm thinking, I don't want to make any money out of it. But
why not?
Well, I suppose I could. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, no, but look, here's the thing. If you have footage of conventions and it's a specific convention, like, you know, wherever you like Melcon or whatever, or OCCON, whatever it is,
yep.
If you were to cut it together, you know, and the thing here's YouTube itself they have hundreds and hundreds of different music tracks available that you can use for free.
Okay, yep.
So cut it together because all of that stuff is valuable and it's fascinating. And, you know, and if you concentrate, like conversate, if you have any, does it have sound?
I do have sound, yes.
Yeah, and concentrate like on if somebody says something funny about a character, like, well, let me tell you about, I can't believe whatever. I mean, some soundbite that leaps beyond that it matters to you. If somebody makes a comment about Captain America, or wouldn't it be great if they made Thor movies or something and put those all together? I mean, it's fascinating. And I think from an archaeological and an anthropological and a fan perspective, having that stuff out in the world is very cool. You know, and you can use it as put it out there.
It was one of the things that sort of bothered me because I stopped doing it about more than a decade ago now, because everything became a professional thing.
Dude, have you watched Our Modern Age? It's all about amateur. I mean, the best stuff is all and it doesn't have to be. But you know what? I'll tell you something. You can take your footage. You might think it's amateur, but you can give it a more polished sheen just by editing it together, making interesting edits and put a bed of music underneath it. And if you're editing using any editing software, here's something people forget to do.
Yep.
The sound, just pan it into the center Like some people want to make it all stereo, but pan, if you have something that's only dialogue, pan the dialogue into the center and let the music live in the left and right channels. It's a quick and easy thing. Most people don't think about it, but if you hear it on headphones, because you have the dialogue panned to the center and the music pushed out to the side, the dialogue will sound great, and it'll sound like it's coming from in front of you, even if you're listening to it on headphones, and you'll still have the music split on left and right channels, and it allows you to hear the dialogue much better.
Oh, okay.
Just a quick and easy. For those of you out there making videos, always, if you have an editorial software that allows you to, and most do, allow you to pan your dialogue, always put your dialogue in the center, pan it to the center, and put your music in the left and right channels. Then you've created a very quick and dirty impromptu stereo mix, but hey, it'll sound better.
Oh, I'll have to try that. Yeah, because one of the reasons why I haven't done anything for a long time with these professional conventions is because they're so professional. I haven't been to one for years now because they're so, you have to stand there in a line and it's very boring.
Well, it's become very commercial.
Exactly. You know, whereas once upon a time, I'm sure you would notice that you would rock up and there'd be people just standing around just talking shit. You know, you'd wander in and
it's true.
But I do have one last thing, which I thought I haven't actually seen this. This is the imprint release.
Okay, now let me tell you, I have that coming. I have ordered that.
Because I thought to myself, I've never seen this movie, but I just thought it's Kurosawa.
It's a wonderful, wonderful movie. I'll tell you, back in the Laserdisc days, the only way to get that movie was on Japanese Laserdisc. And that was a Grail disc. I was so happy to see Imprint put that out. And as a matter of fact, now that I've been wondering, where is my package from Imprint?
I've always had some problems. People were complaining on the imprint.
I mean, they've been putting out some dope ass shit that I've been buying. I mean, I ordered.
They are releasing a 4K of War of the Worlds, you know.
Dude, I know, and I got to tell you, I mean,
I'm disappointed because of course I bought the one from last year.
Yeah, I know, but it's still pretty cool. Now I need to find out my orders, because I dropped in a wait a minute. I dropped an order on October. It says it's processing. The hell? What are you processing? I sent them a pretty big order. Why is it oh, maybe it hasn't come out yet. So here's what I ordered. Here's what I'm waiting for from Imprint. I ordered Ladies and Gentlemen, The Fabulous Stains, Barfly, Adrian Lyne's Lolita, that movie, Dersu Uzala, and Ken Russell's Whore. That's my latest. And by the way, Ladies and Gentlemen, The Fabulous Stains is a punk rock film with Diane Lane. That's one of those DVDs I thought I never knew it was ever going to come out on Blu-ray. I can't wait to take that Blu-ray. I mean, the DVD out. Nothing gives me more pleasure than to take a DVD out and replace it with a Blu-ray. And that it's getting down. I have very few left, but that was one of them. And I can't wait to get that Imprint disc. And
Right,
Dersu Uzala, I never even had on Blu-ray.
Thank you, Kelvin. Glenmark is up next. Glenmark, you should be able to unmute.
Have done so.
I got the boys from Down Under, one right after another.
Yeah. And my brother RRTNZ's coming up soon too. Shout out to you, mate.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. So g'day, how you doing?
How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. So I'm being published tomorrow, Rob.
You're kidding.
No. You know, it's easier to write an 800-word story than it is to write a bio on myself.
First of all, where are you being published and what is being published?
Okay, so it's for a website that's actually hosted in Australia, and it's called storyberries.com.
Okay.
It's going to be published, just online first, and then later on it will be made into a book. It's an 800-page story about a little girl called JD Woods, and that's going to be going up tomorrow. And I think I will also be doing the voiceover for it as well, hopefully.
Wow.
So I'll better.
Well, now that you've been trained well to do voiceover, do you have your little girl's, your protagonist's voice?
No, I'll have to work on that.
I'm just asking.
It's just just very soft and low, and but it's she's based off a real girl that I knew. I was staying with mates of mine, and she was a single child. And it's interesting how single children seem to have a greater imagination, because they've got to play with themselves, and they just have to make up.
I was doing that from a very young age.
Yeah,
but I know what you mean.
And it was just so that's pretty cool. Now I understand now, when I have listened to authors, when they say when they publish a work, it is like sending your vulnerable child out into the world. Will people like her, Rob? Will they like her?
Well, but here's the thing. You can't worry about that. I mean, I know you can't not worry about it, but I mean the because I'll tell you this. It's going to be 50-50. There's going to be people that love it and people that hate it. And for all the people that hate it, you're going to want to talk to them. Don't answer anybody. I'm sure there's going to be a comment section, and people are going to comment about your story when they read it. You can't allow yourself to go down that road. You see what happens on social media. All you have to do is revel in the fact that you published the story, and watch what people say. What's amazing is if you condition yourself to just think, wow, it's amazing people read my work and had a response. And even if people hate it and had a response, that's good. You elicited you woke them from their stupor. And there are going to be people that like it and people that hate it. And what's really interesting, use it as an opportunity. You've made something that people are commenting on, whether they like it or not. They're commenting on it. And how many people in the world, how many people that you know in your circle of friends right now, how many people have a story in the world that they wrote, published, and is getting commented on? The fact that you did that's really cool. Are you excited?
Friends have done that. Oh, of course. Absolutely. It's been a long time coming too, because it takes a while for all of these things to happen and get ready. So, so I have had time to sort of condition myself a little bit.
Are you proud of the story?
Oh, absolutely, and most importantly, the publisher, she really likes him, and so I've got another 2 that I've written that will be getting published at some point as well.
How cool is that? A trilogy?
Yeah, yeah. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah.
But watch out, you might become a tall poppy, and people are going to want to cut you down to size. But that's really great. Congratulations. 3 stories, not just 1.
Yeah, so I don't know when those are going to be published, but she's working on it already. I know that illustrations apparently already been begun for the 2nd story, and she's yet to read the 3rd outing for JD. It's very cool.
So are all 3 stories about the same character?
Yeah, same girl. All 800 words long.
Wow, so you're well on your way to a children's book.
Well, yeah, that's primarily what it is. Yeah, so it'll be for sort of your 6 to 8 year olds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is it's a wonderful challenge, writing for a younger audience. But also, I know if I have to write for adults, then I have to have more knowledge about things. But with a children's book, it's good. But I also want to challenge those young readers in their vocabulary as well. So I will throw a couple of big words in there.
No, that's important.
And put them in a sentence that they will be able to understand. Okay, I can kind of work out what that means.
But that's now. Let me ask you this: how long did it take you from the time you thought of these stories to the time you finished them? Excuse me. How long did it take you to write? How long was the writing process?
It was very Well, the story, it goes back to when I was living at my friend's place in the caravan attached to their house. I had actually, the initial reason I wrote them was specifically for, her name is Jade. JD is actually is the girl's real name. So I actually had written it specifically for her, and it was only like it was about a 400-word story. And I drew her into the pictures as well. So I do a little bit of illustration. So I drew her into the picture as well, and I just gave it to her as a present, and so she could read it herself. And so that was actually very quick. It didn't actually take terribly long to write that one. But when it came to expanding it to 800 words, it did take a little bit longer. About 3 hours perhaps to do that. Before tweaking it.
Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. Wow.
It was already in my head, so it came out
right.
Yes. With those shorter stories, but I have written other ones that have taken days, like 1,500-word stories I've done, which has taken 3, 4, sometimes a month to do.
Well, congratulations for doing it. That's amazing.
Yeah. Cool.
Very well done.
And lastly, before I go, what does Namor and Numenor have in common, Rob?
Well, Numenor was destroyed in a flood, and Namor is going to flood Wakanda.
Exactly. There is flooding in their future.
There's flooding in, yeah. That's all. I'm glad I got that one right.
Yeah, that was an easy one. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. And the other thing I wanted to say is just harking back to Tom Jr. Jackson.
Sorry, Elizabeth is texting me. I'm like, she's probably yelling at me. She's like, oh, she's sending me some kind of picture though. Anyway. All right. Sorry. Going back to Tom Jr. Jackson.
Yeah, just very quickly. When I was a kid, I wasn't a Marvel or DC reader. Actually, my favorite comic was Disney Comics. I absolutely adored them.
Sure.
Those are the ones that I collected the most. Now, out of the 3 main animal cast back in the day, it was not Mickey Mouse that I pretended to be, even though he was pretty cool. It was not Donald Duck that I pretended to be. It was Goofy. Absolutely.
Of course it was. It was. Can you do a Goofy voice, Mr. Voiceover guy?
Not quite, but I do have a character that kind of talks like him, yeah. And his name is Ogoof Bevelmouth. Hi.
Well, that's pretty good, dude. Have you laid that on Chris?
Yes, I did for a fun advert. We were designing adverts, and I chucked that voice in for one of them. Yeah.
Nice. That's good. Well, listen, it was great to see you, man.
Yeah.
And congratulations. Send me the link. Is the story going to be online? I think you're already. Send me the link and I'll put it out on social media for you. Congratulations, by the way. That's really cool. So we got 3 people, and we got we'll be done. 3 people left.
I think I may have hit somebody's hand by mistake. Michaelito, did I lower your hand by mistake?
No, it's up.
No,
His hand's up.
Okay, my bad.
We got 3. We can still and Joey. I haven't talked to Joey in so long.
I'm surprised Joey's up.
I know. It's like, dude. All right.
You should be able to unmute now, Joey.
Yeah, I didn't feel like I got everything out yesterday, so.
I thought that was. By the way, thanks for coming on. I thought that was a great conversation.
Yeah, no, I'll be quick here. I just wanted to thank you for the chat, and it's a good educational process for me because I, when I go back to it, I take so long to make a point, and I'm working on learning how to be more effective in communicating. Because when we talk, if you go back and watch these conversations, like there'll be an initial point and then there'll be like a 30-minute detour and we'll rarely make it back.
Yeah, but that's what's great.
It is. I had a thesis professor who we were talking about my thesis and he stopped me 3 times and he's like, it's almost impossible to talk to you because you don't finish any point. You start talking and then you just take it somewhere else. And it was the first time somebody said that to me, but I was like, you are so right, because that is what I do. I never finish a sentence.
You're perfect for a late night YouTube stream.
Incredibly scatterbrained, yes. So it's hard to go back and
but I would say you're articulate and your content is good.
yes, we got to finish. You got to finish your thoughts. Otherwise, people don't know what you're saying if you just keep going a million directions. But
yeah,
you know,
but
it's a fun.
You're on the East Coast.
Yeah.
So it was like 6 a.m.
That's the thing. Yeah, nobody's ever gotten a chance to see me at full strength because you've been throwing my circadian rhythm off.
Well, we should set something up. Like I would be interested in having you come on. You know, if we could, it'd still be late, but we should set up one day. Bring your thesis statement, because I think you've got great thoughts, and we should do a Rob's. I'll tell you what. I'll throw this out to you. Something topical. Make it give me a Robservations topic. We'll make it a topic, and come on the show, and I'll let you state your thesis, and we'll make it the subject. Think about what. Here's the thing. What would be a subject of a show, like not clickbaity, but what would be something you'd want to talk about, I can't wait to live in the wake of Wakanda Forever and watch all the internet blow up, what it all means. I want to do an Angela Bassett appreciation stream. What all I do is talk about Angela Bassett and how much I love her. And how great she looks in Wakanda Forever. Most of it'll all go back to Strange Days and how, Angela Bassett's character in Strange Days is like my dream woman, but that would get a little weird. And she would think it was weird. And I don't want her to think it's weird because I want to work with her someday. But think about a topic and your thesis statement, and we'll do it. We'll do a Robservation.
All right, but it's got to be 6 a.m. Eastern, so it's got to be 3 for you.
No, we'll do it at like 8 p.m. It'll be 11 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, we can work with that.
Yeah. So it'll be 8 o'clock our time. And think about it, throw it out. Why not?
All right.
I want to do more Robservations episodes.
Yeah.
Reclaim this channel, by God.
You either have like more hours in a day than anybody else, or you are just constantly streaming because you go from one show to the next and then you're on all these. It doesn't seem possible.
It's what I've decided, what I've realized, that naps are my friend. So this is the funny thing. So we got all of our dogs groomed yesterday, and Elizabeth and I have been doing a lot of home improvements and projects. And so she's told me that she bought all these new linens and a new duvet, and our bedding is all brand new. But she was waiting until the house was clean enough, like whatever. So after our stream, I didn't really know this. After our stream, it was the first moment, all this brand new, just incredible bedding. After that stream yesterday, I get into bed and the dogs are freshly shorn, and they have ways to like crook around me because Elizabeth can't stand the dogs on her, so she won't allow it. But when I get into bed, the dogs all have different places to go, and in this new bedding, I felt like I was in like this living marshmallow cocoon, and then the dogs, and I'm like, and it was and the door, we leave the door open to get the really cold air in so you can still, and the dogs are like draped over me, and they're all, and I'm like, and this new bedding, I'm like, this is the greatest thing I've ever felt in my life. So I sleep well, so I can get up and I can work twice as hard and stream on YouTube, but it's naps, man. And now that I've got this new bedding, I can't wait to just like, I've got 30 minutes. I'm going to go take a nap. I'm in REM sleep in like 2 minutes. So that's my secret. There you go. So, Roberto, can I hear you? I don't know if I can.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I thought I was like muted.
Yeah, but Joey should still be on. Can you not
I
hear
don't
us, Joey?
I can't hear.
Oh, that's weird. I hadn't muted him.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll finish up here.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, I can. Oh, yeah, finish up.
No, they say the same thing about eating. They say you should eat in small increments throughout the day. So maybe you've cracked the code. Allows you to accomplish more.
I mean, with this new bedding, I can. It puts me to sleep. Like, because as anyone who knows me knows, I can sleep anywhere. If I'm waiting in line for a movie and I lean up against a wall, standing on a street corner, I can sleep. I'll sleep against the wall.
You couldn't sleep with my dog. He's a yellow lab. He's huge, and he moves his body in weird ways on the bed. So you would.
I love it. I love it. That my between Sebastian, Tallulah, and Gilbert, I'm all in. And it's so funny because I have friends that are horrified we allow dogs. Well, Elizabeth doesn't allow the dog sleep, so it's on my side of the bed. You know, I don't even. They create the Great Wall of China of dogs. That's great. It's great, but that's why it's streaming all the time. You know, it's funny. What I really would love to do is I'd love to stream for 12 hours every day, like actually have it, and then you play what you'd streamed a second time and then start again. And it wouldn't just be me; it would be the Roberto Suarez, Alex Montano. By the way, Roberto, is Alex's last name Montano or just Montano?
It's Montano.
Montano
with an N, yeah, like Tony Montana, but with an O in the end.
Yeah, so it's not the Nyo, it's not Montano.
I mean, that's not how he spells it. I don't know if it's
okay. So it's Montano.
Yeah, my guess is I've always called him Montano.
Llamo Alex Montano.
Exactly.
All right. Well, thanks, Rob. It was nice talking to you again.
Hey, man, Joey, last night was great. Thanks for that. It was fun. All right, then. See, Roberto, now I can't hear you.
It's my bad. I hit my own mute microphone on the microphone.
Man, I got to get me a pair of those Iron Man glasses that you have.
I want to. Zenny, go on Zenny.com. That's where
are those Iron Man glasses for real?
They're not, but they look like them.
Dude, they're totally Iron Man glasses.
I know. That's what my kids say.
They're the greatest. I want a pair.
You know, and dude, I realized what I did earlier. I by mistake lowered RRT and Zed's hand, so he's supposed to come next. So sorry to Joe Rossi. We'll have RRT and Zed next, and then we'll have Joe Rossi come on. I just pulled them out of the queue prematurely, so my bad. So RRT and Zed, you should be able to unmute now.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool. Hey, good morning, Rob.
What's going on, man? I love seeing outdoors in New Zealand.
Yeah.
By the way, one of my favorite people in the world is in New Zealand right now.
Who's that, mate?
Her name's Carrie David. She was a producer on Agent Cody Banks. She's living the high life. She's staying in a place in the Auckland Harbor where I stayed when we were working on Chronicles of Narnia. She's beautiful.
Fancy.
She's smart. She's ballsy. She's sexy as hell. And she's in New Zealand.
Oh, it's a great place to be.
Yeah.
So while we're outside, we'll just do a quick panoramic shot, and then I got a quick question for you because I know there's other folks waiting. So yeah, there's the outside scene.
Oh,
so
look at that.
Yeah, I teach a lot of PE, and I've been washing my PE shirts today.
Look at that. Super. Look at that. The entire Justice League. Oh, and the Avengers. You're mixing and matching your franchises there, son.
Yeah, I thought you'd get a laugh out of that.
That's pretty good.
Shout out to Glenn Mark. Thanks for mentioning me. And I have to mention, culturally, I have to mention the rugby because New Zealand won today and Wales didn't do so well. But we'll get on to my question. You get a phone call. This is you. You get a phone call from James Gunn, who says to you, yep, exactly. Oh, hello, Rob. How are you? It's been so long. Look, mate, I'm just taking over the DCEU, and I need some help and advice. Can you tell me, who do you think should write and direct the next Superman movie?
Chris McQuarrie. That's what I tell him. But you know what? But I'll tell you, you know why he's not going to call me and tell me that? Because he's going to write and direct the next Superman movie.
James Gunn himself. You reckon?
I believe. Did you see? So he took over. Him and Peter Safran took over the DC studios on November 1st. Did you see James Gunn's tweet?
No, I haven't seen it.
So
I'll
James
him,
Gunn,
so check it out.
James Gunn tweeted out a picture of Clark Kent typing on his computer.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he said,
I have to be careful. I mash this thing to pieces.
He's like,
That's
new
the one.
job, new day or first day, new job. And I'm like, look, if I were James Gunn and I had built up the clout and credibility that I had done, and he'd been like Madonna, he'd been through the wilderness. He made it through after being canceled and all that. He made 3 Guardians of the Galaxy movies, Peacemakers. What would you do if I was James Gunn? And I work with James Gunn. I know James Gunn, and I've always liked James Gunn. I haven't seen him in 10 years, but I used to go to lots of parties. We were all at the same parties and stuff in the early aughts, and I always liked him. And I appreciate his work ethic. I saw a lot of. I've always admired James, and if I were James Gunn, and I got the job I had, and I was expected to direct movies, And he's already delved it. Look, he brought King Shark, voiced by Sylvester Stallone. You want a challenge? James Gunn wants to make a Superman movie for the ages. That's what he wants to do. And he's got Henry Cavill. He's got Henry Cavill. He's already got, because part of the problem with Superman movies is finding Superman. And I think whether you like Man of Steel or not, everyone likes Henry Cavill.
Liked it.
I think James Gunn already has that problem solved. And Henry Cavill, who's also a geek and understands, he'll do whatever James Gunn tells him to do. And I think James Gunn is, and by the way, I am completely talking out of my ass here. James Gunn is going to write and direct the next Superman movie.
All right.
And if he doesn't, call Chris McQuarrie.
Yep. But we heard it here from you first. We heard it here from you.
After, on the John Campea show, I've been saying it. I do think though that after, after Dead Reckoning Part 2, if they finish the last Mission Impossible film, I think Chris McQuarrie would be the guy to direct. If it's not James Gunn, it's Chris McQuarrie, auteur director, write and direct the new Superman movie.
We heard it here first. Mark his words, people.
We'll see.
He's the man. All right. You take care of yourself, Bob. Thanks,
Good
everyone.
to see you, man.
Good to
Bob's
see
your
you
uncle.
too,
Enjoy NZ down there. It's always beautiful, man. Do I want to get back to New Zealand and Australia. Love it there.
All right. So working down our list here, let me just fix this here. Joe Rossi is up next. Joe, you should be able to unmute now.
Hey.
How are you, sir?
Not bad. Greetings from Quebec. How are you?
Wow. I love Quebec.
Well, what's Scott? I've written to you a couple of times. I'm Joe from Montreal.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Yeah, long time listener. I started listening to you when you started doing whining about movies,
which we're bringing back. I swear to God.
Well, listen, the fact that you have reverence for old films, like the first time I heard you were talking about All That Jazz, and I'm like, someone is talking about All That Jazz, one of the great edited films of all time.
Dude, that's the movie that made me want to edit.
It's fantastic.
It's one of my favorite movies. I'll tell you something. My first girlfriend, the girl that I lost my virginity to, when we were in junior high school, her father had a heart attack, and she wrote a beautiful paper. Her name is Jennifer Epstein. A beautiful paper on All That Jazz and how much the movie, because she and I would watch it together as teenagers, as 14-year-olds, and how much All That Jazz meant to her in the wake of her father's heart attack. He survived, by the way.
That's really nice. Well, it's the fact that you have this panache about the way you speak about old time film. I mean, again, my favorite film of all time, Jaws, followed by Unforgiven, stuff like that, and you bring it up, and it's nice to see that you're different from the other YouTubers that are all, the latest Hollywood news, like latest Hollywood gossip. You have a reverence for style filmmaking. Like one of my favorite films of all time, Night of the Hunter. No one speaks of Night of the Hunter anymore.
We did an episode of whining about movies about Night of the Hunter.
And that's why I started listening. I'm like, Night of the Hunter. He's talking about a film by Charles Lawton. And I'm like, the only film by Charles Lawton.
The only film by Charles Lawton.
And one of the great, and Robert Mitchum's his best performance. I watched that. I have a 20-year-old son and an 11-year-old son. So I was watching it with my 20-year-old who looked at me. I'm like, this is considered scary. I'm like, well, like you were talking about how you have got to put yourself back in the shoes of someone watching the time. Yes, it was.
Terrifying. And what you did to children. I mean, it's
terrifying film.
And that's what I think that's what frustrates me the most is that we live in a time where, like, here's what I don't understand. When did it change? Because when I was growing up, it was understood, like when every kid I knew had a favorite Twilight Zone episode. Like we would get together in our neighborhood. You'd get together on the school grounds. And if you brought up Twilight Zone, every kid's like, oh, have you seen the one? Blah, 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 whatever it was. Every kid, every single kid. And no kid ever would say, I'm not going to watch that. It's black and white.
No, yeah.
Every kid had a favorite Twilight Zone episode. And I wonder, like, when did that, like today, and maybe it's because, to be fair, there's 10 times as much stuff, I mean, as there was when we were kids.
There's an overabundance of, I'll be honest, like you mentioned before in the stream, You woke up in the morning before I went to school. I used to watch cartoons. I got home, there was cartoons. We had on 3 channels. Now you have thousands of options, and half of them are really not that good. You know, we keep watching the old stuff again because it's still good. Remember, I'm not sure. I grew up with the real Ghostbusters. That was my cartoon.
Right.
The real Ghostbusters cartoon is a very atmospheric cartoon, a very moody cartoon.
It's actually a pretty good cartoon.
It is. It is. And I'm like trying to do something like that today. Forget it. It's not going to work. But
no.
My kids still like it. Thank God, my kids still like it. We enjoyed the last Ghostbusters film, and to a certain extent, I'm not going to bash the woman one. I understand what they're trying to do. For me, it didn't work as a movie. Not the talent involved. As a movie, it didn't fly for me.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, but other than that, yeah, that's my whole thing. I mean, the fact that you bring up old movies and I can listen to you on and off about that stuff rather than always listen about the latest Marvel film, which I enjoy. I'm a filmmaker in my own right. My film just got screened at the Lake Placid Film Festival. It just came up from New York State.
Congratulations, man. That's amazing. What's your film? What's it called?
It's called Fuck. No, F ** K. The fact that it's called Fuck is the punchline of the film. So I can't explain
okay.
the film without
Is it a short? Is it a feature?
It's a short film. I've been doing short films for about 20 years.
Wow.
And me and my group of friends, my producer I've known since high school, my co-directing producing partner I've known since film school, and my writing partner Anthony, I went to school with his wife. So we're all a small happy family that makes movies once a year.
Wow, congratulations. And it's in film festivals.
Yeah, it's done. It won a comedy award in LA. It won one in New York, France.
Wow.
One here in Montreal and one in Ontario. So it's been over 35 festivals, 40 fests around.
Do you go? I was in Montreal in 2012.
Okay.
For Fantasia. We made a documentary, and it was the this is maybe the most embarrassing time I ever. It wasn't embarrassing to me, maybe. Well, it kind of was. First of all, Montreal is an amazing city. If you haven't been to Montreal, I love Montreal. Love it, love it, love it. And we were there for Fantasia, and I was there when the Mars Curiosity rover landed on Mars.
All right.
And I'm first of all, I'd never had poutine. Poutine was incredible. And when we were there, it was when they had the Star Wars Identities exhibit at the museum.
Yes.
That was it was incredible.
Awesome. Yeah.
It was
I
awesome.
my kid, yeah.
And so for those of you who don't know, the Star Wars Identity exhibit was they had all this stuff from Lucasfilm, models and costumes, and you had to you created a character, and when you would go through the exhibit, you'd put your card in, and you would make decisions, and you'd have to make decisions about questions and things they'd asked you.
It was like a choose your own adventure game.
Yeah,
basically.
and when you got to the end, you put your card in, and they would show you whether you were a Sith or a Jedi or something, and it was awesome. I mean, I loved I loved everything about the city.
Well, thank you.
And it's fantastic. But I was sitting at this bar, and the Mars Curiosity rover, the way they landed it on Mars was this crazy. It came down in a thing where literally a flying crane had to land this thing on Mars. It was insane. The way I'm like, it's never going to work. They called this thing the 7 minutes of terror and all that. And I'm sitting in a bar in Montreal, and the TV, they had the feed on. I'm watching whether or not it worked, and they're all at NASA, and the bar was packed. It was so much fun. And I was by myself, and I'm watching this. And then for 7 minutes, they couldn't reconnect to the probe. They didn't know if it had made it the whole journey to Mars. And it worked. It comes on, and they have feed from the probe had landed on Mars, and everything worked. And the NASA engineers are screaming, and I just start involuntarily. I am crying more than I've ever cried before, because I had been to JPL. I'd been to the vehicle assembly building, and I'd seen it, where they built, and I'm looking at this thing on Mars, and I'm literally just crying. And I don't even know how much I'm crying. I'm just staring at the TV, and all of a sudden there's all these people around me, and the bartender, and they're all like, sir, are you okay? And I'm looking around these people, are you guys talking to me? And there's hot chicks, is something wrong? You know what? And I'm like, I'm trying to explain. Like, I don't even. I'm like, these people think there's something like really wrong. Like I've been divorced, or and then I try and explain that the Mars Curiosity rover has landed successfully on the red planet, and they're all like, whatever, and they all like leave. Like I didn't have some bad, horrible thing happen. That's a true story, by the way. I think you're cut off, so Joe. You're cut off. I'm sorry, but thank you for that. You look with the band hammer.
Yeah,
I know, but you've only got like 4 minutes.
Yeah, we're running short on time, and Mikey Lito's got the last word. So Mikey
Lito,
able to come in right now,
as he should.
Well, I asked for it. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
First of all, Rob, I know you've been asking me if I'm okay and everything, and thanks for asking about that. Aside from some COVID brain fog, I'm doing fine. As soon as COVID quarantine broke, I went and saw 4 movies.
Yes.
Amsterdam, Bros, Don't Worry, Darling, and Black Adam. And every single one, they were okay. But I thought every single one was derivative. And I was really kind of annoyed at that they were derivative.
Yep.
It's yeah, go ahead.
I know. And why? Let me ask you this. Why do you think in this day and age that we still get derivative films?
It's the topic of the channel, no imagination.
And yet people still get the money. And but by the way, but we are getting, like, in the horror space, I mean, Barbarian or Smile or Terrifier 2.
Yes, I've been in chat for 2 weeks complimenting the Cinemite, because on my streams, I always tell people to go see something that they don't think that they're going to like. And I had no interest in seeing Barbarian. And the Cinemite was on Twitter and different places saying, no, you should see it, you should see it, you should see it. So I saw it and I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
I'll bet you, did you know anything about it going in?
I did not, because Mike suggested.
Yeah, don't. Now, how much fun did you have not knowing?
I thought it was great. I love Justin Long, and his section of the movie was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious, and it made the entire film accessible. There's a couple of shocking moments in it, but I really enjoyed the entire film, and just like Mike, I recommend that everybody see it.
Yeah, $4.5 million, shot in Bulgaria. You know,
that surprised me.
Yeah, I mean,
why are movies shot in Bulgaria?
Well, okay, we made Hills Run Red in Bulgaria.
Correct.
And the reason that you shoot in Bulgaria is your dollar goes basically a third more than it would get anywhere else.
Okay.
And what's really interesting about Bulgaria is, even when we were there in 2008, the crews are really great. The people that you work with, they're from all over the world, but mostly the Bulgarians, former Soviet satellite state. They are very capable. They are very enthusiastic. They bust their ass, and your dollar goes a really long way, and they really take pride in their work. And when we were there, you know, I was like, oh, great. The first movie I've ever produced, like that I produced, that I sort of shepherded into existence. I'm going to Bulgaria, and really, and I don't even know enough. I've got Israeli line producers who are covering their own asses and all this stuff, and it was a great experience. And I felt like I was on the smartest movie set ever, because there was like 6 languages spoken.
Wow.
It was fantastic. And everybody knew their jobs. Everybody was so much fun. And by the way, the people in Bulgaria party like rock stars. They are so, like, they'll be like, okay, so we threw a mid-production party and then a wrap. We threw 2 big parties. I mean, the Bulgarians will dance until the sun comes up. There's no, I mean, they truly know how to have fun. I really, 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 and even it's a crazy place because you'll see a Romani drawn horse, a cart with a horse in front of it, driving next to a Lamborghini. And when we were there in 2008, they also had, because of there was a lot of organized crime. And even at the hotel that I stayed in, the Kempinski, they had the bar, and then the bar would close and the piano bar would open, which is a different room. And it was a brothel, and it was run by the Mutra, the mafia. And yet it was still a very fun place, not unsavory. And there was a guy who ran it named Yuri. And he would sit at the end of the bar, he was there the whole time, and he watched American gangster movies incessantly. And he spoke no English, but he understood all the lines of dialogue and so I would go down and talk to him, because we would work until 3 and 4 in the morning and they were still open. And I'd come back to the bar and drink until 6 a.m. until they closed, and I go to bed because we're working at nights. But I would go to Yuri and I would just run lines with him from movies. And he would know, and he was hysterical. And while I was there, he bought a brand new, like, blinged out Mercedes. It was all white with white rims and gold Mercedes logos in the rims. And he was so awesome. And even it's like organized crime, he was awesome. And he would always ask me, he's like, "You doing this? Why not girl? They take girl upstairs." I'm like, nah, that's better. I mean, no, it's fine. And but it was interesting. But I had a great time. So the people in Bulgaria, if anyone said to me, "Rob, would you go to Bulgaria and make a movie tomorrow?" I'd be like, yes. I would not hesitate.
Oh, yeah, believe it. I know Roberto has a heart out. So I just want to say I'm working on a couple of streams. One on my point of view on Phase 4.
Oh, I'd love to hear that.
Which I've noticed now a lot of people seem to be doing that. And I'll probably do a short form on Till on Monday, because I'm going to go see that on Monday.
Nice.
I'm going to do one on probably a different channel, because people don't like politics on my entertainment channel, on Memorial Day 2020. And it's not going to be focused on what people think it's going to be focused on.
You mean the movie?
No.
Oh, okay.
Memorial Day 2020.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
And all the small creators like me that have like a few subscribers, we got access to the community tab, and we should be using it. So any other thing that I was going to talk about tonight, you can go, aside.
Well, let me ask you one more question.
Sure.
When are you seeing Wakanda Forever?
3 p.m. Thursday in IMAX, and I will be doing a midnight stream on there. And anybody that wants to come on and discuss it with me, I will be discussing spoilers at 12:01 a.m. Friday morning.
All right.
But 3 p.m. I get out at 6 p.m. and normally I might still do like a quickie reaction video, but I'm definitely going to do a stream later. And
nice.
Check the community page at that handle right there. Roberto, do not change the name of the show. If they can't take a joke, fuck them. Ciao for now.
On that note, Mikey,
Thank you, Mikey.
Disappoint. Everybody, I just want to say to all the people that continue to support me in this channel, and Elizabeth too, by the way, thank you so very much for being members. I mean, we're going to be doing more stuff. We're going to be doing more things. I want to thank Roberto Suarez for hanging here for 4 hours and setting up these chats and making them happen. I want to give a big shout out to Mr. Mike Bodden, who, he had a big accident. He was really severely injured, and it's going to take him a while to get better. He was doing some yard work, and he fell off a ladder and had a lot of physical, punctured a lung, broke 5 ribs, shattered his scapula, and it's going to be a long, hard road.
A long road ahead of him. Yeah.
Long road ahead of him. But, if without Mike Bodden, I wouldn't be here today. I can honestly say that. So big shout out to Mike, and send all your love and, affection and all that to him. But thank you all for supporting this channel, and I very much appreciate it. And we'll continue on. And hey, I'm doing a lot more observations, and we are going to bring back whining about movies. I've got the mics, man. I've got these Shure mics. Got to put them to work. And
our next episode of our Spanish show will be next Saturday. We're going to be doing those every other Saturday on the opposite day of our MOC Squad. And Rob, I'm working on a PSA for folks to set up their subtitles so that they translate. So people have been asking, can I get subtitles in Spanish? So I'm working on a little PSA on how to get the subtitles to work.
I'll put it up. I can't wait to see the next episode.
All right.
And everybody, I mean, you're all goof people. Thanks to Tom Jr. Jackson if he's moderating the live chat, whatever. I want to thank you all. It's great to see you guys. I mean, I feel like we're all friends. By the way, we're doing a lot of landscaping in the backyard, getting it ready. No one's coming to the house other than has been here, but that was early on, and you're all welcome. One day we're gonna have a party. It's gonna a whole weekend party where I'll just turn on the camera, and anyone who wants to show up will just have like a camera that will just be broadcasting. Can you imagine leaving a broadcast on for like 3 days? How 24/7?
Yeah.
Some like hippie commune festival. People like, is it going to turn into a fuck fest, Rob? No, we're not going to put that on the stream. I'm sorry. No orgies here, but it'll be great. But I want to thank everybody for being here. Robert, thank you. Roberto.
Sure thing.
And we're all goof people, and I'm going to stream later. So I'll see you guys later tonight. I don't know what about. I now have to go do some manual labor and dig a trench with a pickaxe to build another wall.
This is for Rob because I see my mic is still open.
Oh, go ahead.
And for Joe, I grew up with Bugs Bunny, but now we have Kevin McCarthy.
Oh my God! Oh, after Tuesday, everybody get out there and vote. Vote your conscience. Absolutely. Vote your heart. Get the fuck out and vote. Do it. All right. On that note, everyone, I am out of here.